Hello, this is the fourth and finale part of No Strings on Me by Neon Zangetsu. For now, link will be in the description. All author's notes have been removed between chapters. Also, any NSFW scene will be removed. This part will cover chapter 16 to 20, Guiding Moonlight, Part 2. Maladies was something that Kurama had become intimately familiar with. Born as a construct of energy with a form that could be molded through will and time, the concept of wounds or even pain had initially been an unkind novelty that he could shrug off like warm autumn rain. It didn't mean he didn't understand the concept of pain, just that he had experienced so many different forms of it in nearly 1,000 years of life that the differences were academic unless it really stood out. The gold and silver brothers eating the meat from his stomach, lining from the inside out until he was forced to vomit them out, ranked as probably the most vivid pain in his recent life on a personal level. But in truth, Kurama, mightiest of the Biju, was more used to viewing maladies from a second-hand perspective and had done so for about a century, ever since a certain wood-loving Hokage had let his red-haired harridan of a wife onto the battlefield and stuck him with battery duty for the better part of 100 years, with scant intermissions of attempting to escape. The great fox would never admit it, but part of the reason why he was able to think back on these times so candidly was how wholeheartedly he had bonded with Naruto. In the olden days, there would have been a lot more cussing, screaming, and declarations of taking over his Jinchuriki's bodies and murdering all they loved. He was a little cranky at the time, just a little. However, while his antipathy for his former jailers had been more volatile than fissioning nucleus, he had done his best to make sure that their bodies stayed in one piece from whatever malady or wound blighted them. It helped that the Uzumaki inherently possessed a reasonably formidable healing factor and vitality to their bodies and spirits that he usually just had to prompt it with a touch of chakra to deal with it. Anything that their bodies couldn't handle then, he could afford to be a little more direct. Broken bones? Send chakra to the wounded area to set the bone and quickly cause the bones to knit back together. Chakra, transforming to fill the gaps of anything smashed beyond repair, or dissolve a stubborn chip of bone that no longer fit into the hole it had broken away from. Flesh. Accelerate cell division and use chakra to rejuvenate telomeres so they didn't shorten their lifespan. Again, use chakra to form minor-scale patch jobs that healed without a scar. Poison. Just burn it from the bloodstream. Disease, though. Disease was tricky depending on what it was. Usually, Kurama would just have to boost Naruto's immune system if it was something that actually needed attending to. He wouldn't step in for something as blasé as the common cold. Things at the microscale that affected cells and genetics required a level of finesse that you wouldn't think a 125-meter-tall fox capable of. And failing that, carpet bomb it with chakra. If that failed, seek someone who knew what they were doing. All of this, all of it, went some of the way to describe why Kurama wanted to strangle Melania if he ever met her face to face. Because the scarlet rot was a fucking bastard of a disease. It didn't behave in a way that Kurama had ever seen any earthly disease behave. Instead of working through any mechanism or process that could be codified, it was as if the sanguine-coloured soup made putty of the rules of reality in a sickeningly childish way. It would rush in and twist the flesh and mind, conferring malignant states on things that a disease should have no say over. Metal would rust, stone would melt, magical constructs would wither, and in their putrefied states spread the rot further, in new ways. In their time in the lands between, Naruto had come into contact with the disease once or twice, and the results had been unpleasant, but negligible. The metaphysical aspects of the disease were repulsed by their chakra, and the worst had ever come of it was a runny nose that smoked when it hit the floor. This was different. The swamp of Aeonia was ground zero for the rot, as the lands between knew it. Therefore, the potency of the affliction was so much stronger than any other. The red mud that Naruto's form now danced across as a whirl of twin blades was pure. Concentrated rot held a shadow of that centuries-old great bloom. And with every splash of the rancid muck, every inhalation of the toxic vapors, more and more of the rot soaked into Naruto's body and mind. Kurama could deal with the body, and already he had purged 70% of the initial blight from his partner's countenance. But that lingering 30% gripped into him like barbed knives, and Kurama was having a hard time working them loose. And the longer it took him, the more of this foul stuff piled on. I have to keep a constant stream of raw, unfiltered Biju chakra running through his body to keep the new rot from leaching its way in while I hit the stubborn parts in new ways that they won't be able to adapt to. Kurama aloud, his voice full of concentration, hands clasped into a ram hand sign, directing lances of golden chakra like the crack of a whip. The skittering squeals of the rot from each element he struck at offered hollow satisfaction because there was one aspect he could not help with. The rot twisted the body and the mind. The only way to hold back the latter was force of will and mental fortitude. Naruto had that in spades, but will could quickly turn into anger, and anger was a fire that could rage out of control. "Hang in there, Naruto," Kurama shouted, giving his partner moral support while he continued to purge him of the physical pains. Naruto did not respond. Kurama frowned, his dark lips pulling back over his long fangs. He sensed no sign that Naruto had even heard him, only anger that burned hot and righteous. "Get your head back in the game, Naruto." .0.0. "That's it, Naruto. You're doing great. Drive them back into the muck." Naruto did not respond as the words washed over him. The blonde was a strobing flash of golden light that span with blurs of deep green and white-hued black, whipping out to reduce a shambling creature of rot to mincemeat that was blown away in the small cyclone his swift movements were generating. Aeonia's red muck gleamed hungrily, reflecting Naruto's gold light back at him in mellifluous vermilion. Dark shapes clambered from the swamp, insectoid creatures that let out pained yet joyful cries as they broke into sprints to get to Naruto, like moths drawn to a naked flame. He was the bright singularity at the heart of a black hole, his twin swords the accretion disk that shredded entire star systems to dust. And this black hole was hungry. The blonde himself, though, he was angry, the angriest he had been in a long, long time. And for reasons that he could not quite fathom, he was struggling to think why that was such a bad thing. He stepped forwards, space blurring as he rushed the rotted troll that had decided it was its turn to try and take him down. Both his swords slashed in different directions. The moonlight greatsword took the troll's head, while Kaimon's split its torso down the middle. The troll stumbled, its body locking up and spasming, the putrid power of the rot forestalling the realization that it was dead. The inky black aura of death licked at the wounds along the great valley that Kaimon had sliced into its chest, the flesh turning ashen and dead as its quivering tissues became still. Were too slow, Naruto though. Laconically, the fact that the headless and listing monstrosity had yet to crumble back into the mud drove his aggravation higher, an aggravation that could only be soothed through wrath. Rah! Naruto howled, a chakra arm expanding from his back with a Rasengan swirling into life in its palm. The ethereal appendage rocketed forwards and drove the fusillade of chaotic chakra into his latest opponent. The Rasengan detonated, enveloping the remains in a bubble of force that ripped its remaining limbs free. Naruto grinned, the fire of his anger burning brightly and pressing him on, falling upon yet more opponents, some who flew down from the sky or came from under them all. At one time, a pair of giant misshapen jaws, twice as long as Naruto was tall, rose from the swamp on either side of him, its twisted teeth parting the muck like tombstones rising from a waterlogged grave. He was effectively standing in the mouth of a giant submerged beast that had spent who knows how long bloating beneath the rot of this unholy cauldron. His heart thundered in his ears, gold eyes darting around, and quickly came to a decision. As the jaws snapped up like some giant bear trap, he held out both swords pointing to either side of him, skewering the ebony-coloured chitinous flesh that made up the feel swamp thing. The red morass at his feet bubbled acidly, a cry of pain from mud-thick lungs. And despite that, more still came, running from all angles to try to claw at him, embrace him into their vile covenant, and change him into something awful, something that could not tell friend from foe. Naruto grit his teeth and heaved, a bellow tearing forth from his lungs as he spoke the words this whole ordeal had been egging him to say. "I fucking hate the scarlet rot." Twang. He did not hear the sound, for it was not a sound, but he did feel it. The grandiose and harmonic vibration passed through him subtly, like the string of a harp had just been plucked by a masterful hand. Its reverberations passed through him from all sides. Naruto's insides twisted, and suddenly his body felt hot, in a different way from the warmth he felt when donned in Kurama's chakra cloak. This felt as if certain parts inside his body were quickly heating up and coming to a boil. And across his chest, amidst the black lines of his chakra cloak, the sigils representing the great runes began to glow. Power welled up from within, a strata he had never felt before, urging for release. Naruto allowed it, letting the power of purest gold exploding from him in a dome that expanded out away from him. It caught the rotted kindred in its expansion, their bodies dissolving the moment they were enveloped. The dome expanded further, causing the charging rot creatures to beat a quick retreat, something about the feeling of the power so anathema to their existence that it scared sanity back into them for a time. Finally, it gave way and Naruto was left, standing in the center of an island or hard brown mud, his great runes winking one after another. A pause passed between them all, an ill breeze flowing across the land. Then the haze descended again, red overlaying Naruto's vision. Almost too quickly, but the anger called and it sang louder than sense. It's something worth hating. A blight upon the land. A tumor the voice caught itself. On order. So thresh them like wheat. Naruto heard the voice but did not reply. He was riding the wave of his own anger, the thrill of it, and Ionia was proving a mighty catalyst for losing sight on things. What mattered right now was swinging his swords. Slices becoming slashes. Slashes becoming hacks and brutal cleaves. Plus, why would he question a voice in the back of his head? He'd been dealing with that since he was angry. Twang, and down the path he danced, the options forward slowly but surely thinning to another's tone, and a voice glowing clearer. They don't deserve the lands between. But you do, with my gentle fingers pointing the way. 0.0, 0.0. The Carrion Manor had never been the most ostentatious seat of royalty in the lands between. It had the usual trappings of a place of power and a sartorial elegance that drew the eye, but it was positively reserved when compared to the gilded domes and ivory-coloured towers of Leyndell or the long-lost megastructure of Farum Azula. Years of decay and abandonment had taken the edge off that understated shine, and its current debacle was providing an even better case as to why Raya Lucaria was the new capital of Neo Korea. Renala floated through the air, flitting between the battlements of her childhood home with her face set in a scowl. Keen, deep blue eyes swept over the courtyard she gracefully hovered over, hunting her prey. She spotted something shift in the shadow of a pillar and instantly attacked. The chime of glintstone sorcery heralded the arrival of 3 magical crests, each spitting a carrion phalanx carrying a different element. The first fire, the second air, the third lightning. They whizzed through the air faster than the naked eye could track, shattering the pillars into large blocks of masonry. A grey shadow burst forth, sprinting away even before the tip of the first summoned swords had made it through the pillars. German raised his gun, firing a scatter of quicksilver shot at Renala, who blocked it, her fading crests reforming into a temporary barrier that took the impacts. The phalanxes began to detonate in sequence. First the fire, filling the separated walkway with a globe of flame, then the air to fan the flames, making them turn white-hot and channeling them down the hall behind German. He made to jump behind one of the remaining pillars when his eyes widened, the lightning detonation conducting straight to his peg leg and briefly seizing his movements. Got you, Renala thought, as the fire consumed him. Her feeling of triumph was short-lived when she saw a flickering light from within the smoke and dust, a mix of orange fire and electricity. Not unexpected, her spells were powerful things. The lingering magic in the air would keep their effects going, even on substances that couldn't burn. But that wasn't what gave Renala pause. Her lightning was blue. The crackle there was blue-white. Flakes of paper filtered through the smoke surrounding the light. Renala did not wait. She acted, waving her catalyst through the air and calling up a brace of azure commits ready to slag the entire courtyard. I cast you down. A chunk of masonry the size of Renala's torso erupted from the smoke and dust, flying through the air in the blink of an eye and catching the full moon queen in the chest. She flew back, her back cracking into the edge of the roof and knocking the wind from her lungs. Stars burst in front of her eyes, concentration momentarily lapsing and sliding down the wall into the courtyard. She shook her head to get her bearings, but there was German, screaming from the smoke like something right out of a nightmare. His burial blade wreathed in fire and lightning. Her catalyst came up, catching the electrified flaming blade as its elderly wielder swung it horizontally. Reverberations rattled up and down the royal scepter from gem head to bladed tip, but its masterwork craftsmanship held under the assault, even as sparks of lightning and flame spattered the front of the queen's robes, causing her to let out a snarl and push back against the first hunter. "It seemeth thou doth have some manner of cantrip, then. It stinks of parchment and ozone," Renala said through gritted teeth, levering her greater height against the grey-haired attacker. The flaming burial blade wobbled slightly from the pressure Renala exerted into the blade lock, but it held. Gurman smiled thinly at her. I was not able to bring much on this hunt, but flame and bolt paper seemed a good choice to face those that wield the elements. I'll admit it is not as aesthetically pleasing as your witchcraft," he replied with genuine humility, digging his heels in and bringing the blade lock to a standstill again, the shake leaving the sparking blades. Had it been under different circumstances, Renala would have loved to quiz the strange hunter on his unique equipment, whiling away the hours in academic study by the fire and the comfort of her library. Eyes hardening, the Queen of Neo-Korea spread her awareness and gently oriented her staff, taking in her surroundings in a magical sense. The invader opened his mouth to speak again when a thin shaft of blue light erupted from the top of the catalyst, splitting into a string of gossamer thread that linked up with the abandoned yet still present azure comets. Gurman disengaged instantly, leaping backwards to get distance between Renala and what seemed to be a suicide attack. But the full moon queen was not as self-destructive as she had once been. She jumped, her feet leaving the floor, and became suffused in an aura of expanding silver light, cocooning her in a translucent barrier that was her moon. "Fall!" she intoned mentally. Immediately the constellation of azure death plummeted towards the ground as compressed magical bombs. It didn't matter how much distance Gurman got, 5 azure comets worth of magical power was about to be released. He still was not without recourse. His hand slipped inside his coat and withdrew something made of a chalky white substance on the end of a chain. It was a heartbeat too late. The 5 greenish-blue missiles of carrion sorcery struck the ground and instantly released the totality of their magical payload. The explosions bloomed like blighted flowers, converting the majority of their energy into pure concussive force before melding into one another, increasing the effect by an order of magnitude. The day momentarily shifted to night as the hemisphere of magic heat and force swelled and spread, washing over the entire courtyard in a fraction of an instant, even as Gurman tried to guard himself. The blast took him, wiping him from the vista before hitting the Carrion Manor as a whole. The sections behind Renala took the brunt of the explosion. Stone and mortar was sheared clear and pulverized before the wind of the explosion, which shrieked with a resonant chime instead of a traditional boom, totaled that entire wing of the manor. The other side of the courtyard took it little better. The shockwave shattered the far wall's upper facade like cheap glass, tearing the tiled roof clear in a rain of ceramic shrapnel that was tossed into the air, falling back onto the cracked and blasted ground as a withering hail. Smoke and dust filled the air in a tapered pillar as the light of day returned, swaying in the artificially created thermals like an ephemeral skyscraper. A single point of silvery white light cut through the grey cloud of grit that grew more defined as the smoke cleared, revealing Renala's moon, hovering sentinel where it had been before. It was not her most precise work. The raven-haired monarch blinked in curiosity. She appeared to be a little higher than she had summoned the moon, but the curiosity faded as she factored in the fact she now hung over the crater created at ground zero of the barrage. It was not her most precise work. It was more akin to taking a mallet to a stubborn bug, but she had made it work in a way that most sorcerers would never even dream of being able to do. Usually her moon was used as a projectile attack, and she would only spend nominal time inside of it, but minutely changing its magical composition, so it was on the same wavelength as her comets had made it temporarily immune to the shockwave of her attack. She had essentially turned the casing of a weapon into a dugout shelter to protect her from the collateral damage of her own attacks. Renala scanned the savaged landscape before her and felt a pang of guilt. She had just totaled a large chunk of her childhood home. She chided herself, the analytical part of her pointing out that there were innumerable other ways of squashing the interloper instead of shock and awe. However, a much louder voice in her head, one fueled by passion and emotion, said that it was totally warranted as recompense for sending Naruto away. What both voices agreed on was that she needed to turn her attention to getting Naruto back now that the lank-haired menace had been vanquished. A bolt of grey and black lightning forked from the building's ruins, bearing a fang of keen steel. It launched towards Renala with such speed that the age-old Witch Queen almost lost track of it, nearly taken off guard. Shock seized as she saw that not only had German seemingly survived, but had access to more unique abilities that he had yet to show. Her composure did not break, and she was already in the motions of countering. Seeking to block it, Renala instantly called up 3 magical crests that fired a stream of small glintstone shards and thin magical beams at the lightning. Then, to her surprise, the lightning changed direction, forking on a different vector. The 3 magical circles turned to follow the attack, while Renala called up 3 more, all 6 now orbiting her moon in case German attacked her from her blind spot. Glintstone volleys peppered the ground, kicking up puffs of dirt where they struck the ground, but again, the lightning forked in a different direction, moving to dodge the rain of magical projectiles. Her eyes locked on something amiss about the scene. The lightning passed through one of the puffs of dirt on its latest sporadic direction change, yet it did not burn. It was cast aside as if something physical had passed through it. Surely not, she thought, an inkling of what was going on taking root in her head. She extended her hand, tracking the path the lightning took and laying a gravity pitfall there. She snapped her fingers and a rain of stars steamed off her moon's shell, raining down on the lightning from above and causing it to change direction again, passing over the gravity pitfall. Waves of purple light fanned out from the floor, snaring the lightning, and while it did not stop it, it was slowed for a fraction of a second. Long enough to get a closer look at it. Her mouth fell open in genuine shock. A tattered grey cloak, a wide-brimmed leather hat, and a pair of pale eyes that stared right into her soul. It was not German's lightning, it was German himself, sprinting with such speed and so low to the ground that he appeared even to Renala's senses as a bolt of grey lightning. She gritted her teeth, intensifying the hail of projectiles trying to skewer or smash the first hunter as he returned to his true speed, forking again and again. She let magic flow through her eyes, sharpening her senses to their limit, and finally German came into true clarity. His age was no issue, moving with a fluidity and grace that would make trained dancers weep. He snaked around beams of magic with serpentine moments, vaulting over carrion blades and axes. He turned in the air, using his burial blade to subtly alter the trajectories of anything he could not dodge, and with all the subtlety of a cannon firing, went for her. Too fast, she thought, though the intense spellfire did nothing. She had him beaten in raw firepower and versatility, but he had speed and martial prowess that made him able to dodge and juke her spellfire. He was close now, too close. Too close! She had to drop the moon. The explosion would deter him and likely break his speed. She was a sorceress supreme and could hold her own in a melee, but blade to blade was never her strong suit. That had always been Ch's domain. A pit formed in Renala's stomach, suddenly awash with emotion without a source. She was remembering something, and it brought her a profound sorrow that stalled her action just a second too long. German took his chance. Affixing the burial blade to its shaft but keeping the blade vertical, he fashioned a wicked glaive and flew at Renala's moon, driving the weapon forwards with a yell of exhilarated zeal. Scram! The tip of the glaive pierced the moon with a sharp pinging sound, arcs of blue and white magic erupting from the rupture. He would not be repulsed, hoisting his weight and all the speed he had picked up into the thrust, and the moon buckled, revealing Renala with her eyes and arms wide. In a desperate attempt to forestall him for even a moment, the queen thrust the bladed tip of her catalyst at German's face, seeking to pierce his skull. German jerked his head to the side, a searing line of pain stinging his face as Renala upended a wound in his cheek, but his glaive was longer and already in motion. The weapon was about to land, impaling the full moon queen when she was surrounded in a white glow and magical particles that radiated. The blow landed, but instead of the meaty squelch of impaled flesh, German's actions were rewarded with a resonant clang of metal on metal. Renala was sent flying backwards, crashing through what remained of her moon and skipped backwards, falling end over end and gracelessly ploughing through the ruined section of the Korean manor. She came to a halt in a skid, her heels digging long furrows in the ground as she panted. But surprisingly, she looked almost nothing like she had prior to the hit. Instead of her usual robes, Renala was now clad in a suit of close-fitting silvery plate armor. It covered her entire body with perfectly accented steel, including gauntlets, cestus, greaves, and sabatons. It bore a strong resemblance to Moongram's armor with a blue cape, kama, and a red tabard that hung between Renala's legs. Her head was now adorned in a full helmet with a metal point, its visor worn up to reveal her face. Renala got to her feet, rolling her shoulders and cursing the smarting pain in her abdomen from where German had nearly skewered her. A fate that would not have been pleasant had she not summoned her armor. Well now, armor had long fallen out of use in my time, but to see a warrior queen is a novel balm to these old eyes. A voice called out over the clearing. Renala looked up, setting her face in a firm rictus when she saw German perched atop an outcropping of rubble, glaive reverted to its scythe form that he rested over a shoulder. Coiled muscle and tense gait roiled under his weather-battered clothes, but for now it seemed a lull had fallen over the battlefield, and Renala took advantage to catch her breath and plan her next move. "'Tis not my royal armour, for that is style over substance. Thy attack caught me unawares, and 'twas all I could conjure in the moment," she called back sternly, engaging him in conversation and giving her more time to plan. German snorted self-deprecatingly. "Don't sell yourself short. That rain of blue you dropped on me would have caused me serious trouble had I not had this," he said, holding up his hand. A chain was wrapped around his wrist from which hung a round chunk of some chalky material. Carved into the amulet was an esoteric rune that Renala did not recognize, beating with a red glow. German palmed the amulet, looking at it with nostalgia. Pthomerian blood. Heady stuff able to absorb most witchlight or whatever your so-called sorcery is made of. Despite the mocking nature of the words, they were spoken without a shred of malice. Renala reappraised the gruff old man. It was not that he thought less of her powers, just that he didn't understand them. "Another cantrip from your home?" German's smirk turned pained. He looked down at the amulet and squeezed, cruising it into powder that blew away into the wind. "A student of mine gave it to me, long ago, but absorbing that blast used up its blood, so I can't use it anymore. A decent trade to land that hit." There was a wistful melancholy in those words that told Renala that there was much to this old hunter that had shaped him into what he was now. All that remained was the why. "Blood? Are you one of Morg's pale-blooded dregs, then?" Renala asked, getting a deadpan stare in response. "Apparently not." "Quite," German snorted in amusement, buoyed by how Renala could be both blunt and eloquent when the situation required it. Renala was quite happy to let him talk, for it gave her all the time she needed. Silently, without incantation, gesture, or crest, Renala began to conjure magical particles at a distance, silently drawing them together behind German. But for this to work, she would need time. She tapped her catalyst to the floor, taking up an impartial yet imperious stance, and inspected the segmented joints of her mailed fist. "To tell the truth, 'tis been centuries since I last wore this martial raiment. Not since the armies of the Golden Order first rolled into my people's lands." She fixed him with a piercing stare. "So I must ask thee, for what reason doth thou plague my lands now? You claim to be but an old hunter, yet the ground rattles to the sound of invaders in my home." The air changed then, German's lined face shifting like tectonic plates. "The Redmanes are a useful distraction, though I had hoped they would be far more than that." His words were shrewd and low, and Renala kept her face to match, giving nothing away as she continued to pull magic together behind German. A small and thin needle of glintstone was taking form in the air behind him. Still, word of the Redmanes set her blood boiling and stomach squirming, adding to the feeling of something being amiss. She had forgotten something so important that she had ached to know what it was. No Redmane would turn arms against Career. "My son's war brothers are without equal or reproach. And yet, there they stand trying to burn that academy of yours to the ground." German finished her sentence wearily, leaning on his own scythe like a cane. "When I first met Jeren and his men, I thought they were quite something. Full of vitality and will that I hadn't seen in an age. Jeren! But why?" she wondered. To her perspective, she could still fondly remember the old Carrion House guest. How Radan had taken a liking to him and named him the Castellan of Redmane when the castle had been gifted to the budding young general, often crossing blades along with young Loretta and Underscore. Her heart seized, and she had to grip her catalyst all the tighter. There it was again, the void in her memories. I had initially thought of them as a band of young heroes, but now see that they have become so swept up in their adventure and honor that they are committing atrocities. Jeren is mired in a filth of the brain, an obsession that will bring him no peace. Renala bit her lip. She just needed a little more time. Art thou not the same? Playing to the strings of an unseen muse. German paused, taking stock of what to say. I was sent here to hunt the moon that bewitched the— Curb thine tongue if thou speak ill of mine betrothed. Renala barked. Aha. German liked the fire in Renala's eyes. He chuckled fondly. Of course. My patron wishes you removed from the picture, and the moon is a font of madness that can ill be allowed to mingle with great powers. So I do not swing my blades for an outer god, I do so for myself, to gain my measure of you and decide if you need to die. For that is the hunt, to strike down that which cannot be allowed to mingle with society. The needle was formed, 4 inches in length and ½ inch thick. A basic construct of glintstone. Renala had heard all she needed, and while German may have been more nuanced than she originally thought, he still had to fall for her to protect the ones she loved. I cannot convince thee to abandon this path. Not until either my death, yours, or I pass judgment through my blades, German pronounced. Renala sighed. Then perish. And the glintstone needle was sent zipping towards the back of German's head. It must have alerted some preternatural sixth sense the first hunter had, because he whirled instead, taking the needle in the shoulder with a grunt of pain. The second blood Renala had drawn from him. She cursed her missed chance for a swift end, but resolutely closed her helmet's visor and readied to continue the battle. German yanked out the needle and tossed it to the floor, jumping into the fray with his scythe, ready to lock blades with the armoured monarch. And all the time the void in her memories never left her mind, nor the pain it brought. What hath I forgotten that pains me so? 0.0, 0.0. Back at the academy, things had taken a turn for the wondrous. Both the floating city and academy proper had been shielded within the great concentric domes of water that formed the curtains of tranquility, preventing any direct penetration into the heart of Neo-Korea. However, the change had happened so quickly that some of the inhabitants still rushed around, confused as to the sudden change in the air. Melina winked her lone, unsealed eye in curiosity, looking at a shaft of light coming through a skylight. Naruto's first yet youngest charge was in a wood-panelled former classroom that had been retrofitted into a somewhat cosy living room in the forward campus buildings. Millicent and Selen joined her, each with their own looks of intrigue or weariness. They were watched over by the Radagon's Red Wolf and the dithering but otherwise uncompromised visage of Irina, who wrung her hands. She had been leading the trio of young girls in a lesson in etiquette when they had felt the change. What on earth is going on? Millicent asked, looking towards the door. The room had no windows save for the skylights up above that gave them no clue as to what was going on. And something was definitely going on. There had been a distant explosion that echoed over the lands, followed by the sounds of many people running and yelling through the halls. Melina, ever the adventurous little girl, had initially wanted to bolt out and find out what was going on, but Irina had managed to keep her contained for now. It was quite amazing how her soft voice could keep the rambunctious girl contained when Naruto and Renala at times could not. Melina held up a hand to cup her ear, listening deeply, hearing the sound of water, she said, her dainty eyebrows rising in confusion. Of course, Selen smacked her elfin face, shaking her head to chide herself. I felt the flow of magic change in the air. Mother, she began, still getting used to referring to the woman as her mother, but at least no longer seething at the prospect. Mother or Rani must have brought the wards up to a wartime setting, which means someone is attacking the academy. Who would do something like that? The Queen and Lord Naruto haven't done anything to rouse such ire, Irina wondered, looking around furtively, her blindfolded eyes providing no answers. Millicent paled, while on the other end of the scale Melina looked elated, beginning to animated shadow box, as if preparing to smack these unknown invaders herself. Millicent, however, remained still. Her eyes lost their focus and stared dead-eyed into space. The sound of footsteps approaching the door caused most of them to turn to the sound, guarded and weary. The Red Wolf stalked to the front of the group, putting itself between them and the door protectively, its eyes fixed on it as a low growl rumbled from its throat. The handle turned and Selin let out a sigh of relief when a familiar iron helmet poked in through the door. Oh, it's just Boggart. Boggart twitched, the face behind the mask likely rankling at the semi-calm dismissal of the little sorceress. What you mean, it's just me? Little minx, he barked, coming into the room fully, and immediately the amused look of relief on Selen's face thinned at seeing he was armed. Everything okay in here? Oh, Boggart, Irina said, making her way around the armchair she had been leaning against towards where she heard her fellow resident's voice. Thank goodness you're here. What's going on outside? It sounds like mischief most foul. The blackguard sheathed the short sword he was carrying, smoothing his clothes down even though Irina was unable to see the sign of nervousness. A scoff echoed over the room. An attack, obviously. Probably one quite bad if the wards have been brought up to full, Selin mused. She looked at the shaft of sunlight that Melina was so interested in and noted that it had been hued blue with a shimmer of refracted light. She frowned as it occurred to her how poor things must be going. Her words were met with a nod from Boggart. Raiders of some kind, if what Moongrum said was right when I passed him on the stairs. Rani doesn't want to take any chances, so she turned on those bloody waterfall things, he said, drawing a small noise of worry from Irina, now worried that the Lunar Princess was placed into such a demanding position. I came to make sure you lot were okay. Irina blushed at the brash blackguard's words, which the shadowboxing Melina thought was very cute. Selin shook her head and Millicent, Miley, Melina said in a voice no louder than a whisper. Melina was still staring off into space silently, and while that was disconcerting in its own right, Melina began to notice a twitch in her face, like paralyzed muscles were trying work through a seizure to express something. Millie, what's wrong? Oblivious to the conversation between two of her charges, Irina gestured towards where she thought the door was. Well, if that's the case, I suggest we barricade the door and hold down the fort until the crisis has passed. You could say that again. And here I was, hoping I could just get through today without some of that blonde bastard's bollocks being dropped on my head. Boggart began looking around the room for anything large and heavy, settling on a tall oak dresser that he began to push, its feet scraping on the wooden floor. Close and lock the door. Get a seat under the handle if you can. Melina came to the front of her red-headed sister, looking into her gold eyes, and knew instantly something was deeply wrong. Those twin auric orbs were frantically looking around the room as if seeing spectres in every shadow. Melina held out a hand and touched Millicent's shoulder, only to recoil when she felt something shift beneath the skin. Millicent's eyes glowed with a sapphire-coloured intensity before narrowing to slits, then let out a scream that split the air. Everyone instantly moved to the girl's side, Millicent hugging herself and clawing at her little gown. Ah! She violently smacked at her own chest, trying to claw at her skin, the veins in her face ingorning from the pressure of her blood. No! Away, away! Selin got to her first, grabbing both of Millicent's wrists and holding them away from her. She nearly lost her grip when she felt the squirming under her skin but held firm. Millicent, tell me what's wrong, she asked, getting no response beyond more screaming. Irina tried to reach out to help, but Selin hissed, Keep back, Miss Irina. There is something amiss here that you are ill-suited to attend. Irina looked unsure, but the sureness with which Selin had pronounced her words cowed her to letting the sorceress handle it. She set her blue eyes to meet Millicent's gold, not knowing what she was seeing. Millicent, I can't help me if you don't talk to me, she said, gritting her teeth at the effort it took to stop Millicent from powering out of her grip and hurting herself. She needed something to ground her back to the here and now, even if it meant she had to take a leap of faith. She took a deep breath and barked out a curt and concise shout. Apprentice, get a hold of yourself. The other girl's eyes darted around the room for a few seconds more before clarity suddenly broke through, her fugue state, pupils dilating and finally seeing who was in front of her. Selin, she said hoarsely, her voice sounded exhausted. The movement under her skin bled away, still present but massively reduced. Letting go of her wrists, Selin held Millicent by the shoulders and nodded once to her, as if agreeing to not address the compromising state her sister had just been in. Melina walked up, adding to the moment with a hug. What's wrong, Millie? Millicent swallowed thickly, looking between her two concerned sisters and the equally concerned adults. The rot! It's awake! It calls to its kin, to my kin. My sisters have come. Boggart looked at Irina, who frowned worriedly. They remained silent as the three girls talked. Selin took the lead. And this connection? Do you think they can sense you in turn? She asked, desperate for details. While the majority of her sorcery studies and experimentation was based in the field of logic, she knew better than to cast out esoteric connections like this. After all, the rot could be seen as one collective being with a myriad of vectors that could be tracked. Or perhaps she just didn't want to admit that she trusted her sister and apprentice implicitly, and the last remnants of her old pride were stubborn. Red hair bobbed sadly. Millicent cast her mind out along the sanguine stands of rot at the base of her mind. Most often than not, she never had to deal with them these days, barely even aware they were there. But now they writhed, and through them she gained a skein of prescience, like peeking through a bramble-thick hedge into the wider world beyond. 4 blooms were very close, growing closer with a slow but sure march. They're inside the academy. What? Boggart yelped. He kicked the dresser he had been pushing in turmoil. Some bloody protection those waterfall things ended up being. They're meant to mitigate an invading force. They haven't been fine-tuned to take out select individuals that hide their identities, nitwit. Selin chided him as she rubbed circles into her sister's arms. Is there anything else you can sense? Millicent focused on the vague awareness and found that she could. It was far further away and far more indistinct, but much, much bigger. Like a dawn through the mist, the radiance obscured but its monstrous might still burning through. There was a warmth there that she recognized, but it was hued in peals of potent anger, and around it she heard the rot scream before falling silent. Father is angry. Both adults shivered at that. The simple words carried a foreboding to them that made each feel as if someone was walking over their graves yet unmade. All the more reason to block the door, Boggart said, beginning to push the dresser again. Give us a hand, Miss Irina. Oh, yes, Irina replied, and felt for the dresser, letting herself be guided into the right place by Boggart. She pressed her back against the dresser and added what strength she could. Selin helped Millicent clean her tears and offered soothing words as she snuffled, adding to the grunts of exertion from the 2 adults. But one in this group was silent, and instead of her usual peppy and quixotic adorable energy, Melina was disquietingly focused. Her hands were slowly balling into fists, as pudgy as they were, a wrathful look that unknowingly mirrored her father's clouded her face like a deadly tempest. People had come and attacked them in their home. People had come here with the intent to hurt her family and those they protected, to ruin the work that they had put in enough to make her father, her sweet papa, so furious that he could be sensed from the other end of the continent. Radagon's red wolf turned to look at her, its ears pricking up, feeling a presence that was familiar to it, the physicality of his first and original master for which he was named. Such was the intensity that when Melina walked towards him, he did not resist, when she climbed onto his back and clutched his fur as if it were the reins of a burdened beast. Melina? Millicent said, noticing the change in her sister. She looked back at the redhead with a blank look, her face set in a thin line, and for a moment Millicent could have sworn a phantom overlaid Millicent, 2 faces overlaying hers, much older and regal and full of righteous anger in their gold eyes that were so much like hers. She blinked and the phantoms were gone, and Melina's face flashed into a smile. I'm gonna go beat up all the meanies who want to hurt my sisters, she said almost conversationally before kicking her heels into the wolf. It reared up and howled, scaring the pants off of the adults before it charged for the doorway, smashing the door to splinters as it galloped through it. They all shared a look before Selin took Millicent's hand and pulled her towards the door. We should not linger. That door would not have been able to hold back the kindred of rot, so we best make our way to somewhere a bit more secure. Irina looked conflicted, swallowing thickly before finally saying, Queen Renala's apartments, then. Boggart stared open-mouthed from behind his mask before drawing his short sword and taking point. Keep close. Point 0.0. The halls of the Raya Lucaria were chaotic and noisy, far different from the usually scholarly silence that had filled them for centuries even before the shattering. The refugees from the floating city and riverside were being shepherded into the halls and classrooms that could hold them by the members of the militia and men-at-arms under the direction of Moongrum and Blade, who remained in the floating city, intent on coordinating the evacuation efforts and taking the fight to any of the attackers who managed to make it through the maze of paths. Men and women shouted and cried while people attempted to calm them that the academy was safe. The armed men were going from room to room in small 5-man squads, making sure to find rooms that would be best to host people and not wanting bottlenecks in the passage of people. A crush was the last thing they wanted. They were caught unawares when the ground was suddenly shaken by an explosion far below, the ground trembling for a moment and dust falling from the arched hallways above them before settling. What passed for an officer amongst the militia dispatched a small squad to go investigate the cause, sending them down the stairs into the dimly lit underbelly of the subterranean floors. At first, everything seemed normal until they came to a room that looked as if it had been hit with a small-scale hurricane. Its furniture had been knocked and shattered to the floor, and the entire far side wall had been desecrated, a smoking hole punched in the masonry that appeared to come from the outside. The leader of the 5-man squad walked towards the hole with a lit torch in hand and his sword in the other, seeing something silvery glitter from within the passage that expanded beyond. A series of sharp whistles reached his ears as a dozen arrows flew from the hole, a throwing knife whizzing out and hitting the leader in the leg and causing him to cry out with pain, a fate that matched the other 4 who collapsed to the ground in pain. But before the leader could fall to his own knees, he suddenly felt a strong hand lock around his throat and squeeze. He wheezed and sputtered as he was lifted into the air and forced to look into the visage of his attacker, a red hood obscuring his eyes and an unkempt white beard covering most of his face. "Where is Sorceress Selen?" Witch Hunter Jeren demanded in a no-nonsense tone. The man he was holding attempted to stab at him with his sword, but Jeren disarmed him with a flick of his Zweihander, the longsword the militiaman carried clattering the floor. Beside Jeren, his 20 best men filed past him and into the storage room where Radahn's secret entrance had ended up at. They had not had the luxury of his general's gravity magic, so had to rely on a jury-rigged blasting charge to get through the wall. Gasping for air, the militia lieutenant jerked in the Castellan's iron grip, foam at the corners of his mouth and eyes turning bloodshot. Jeren lightened his grip a fraction, allowing precious air back into his prisoner's lungs that he drank in greedily. You mean the princess?" A vein popped in Jeren's temple and his grip on the Neo-Carrion's throat became vice-like. The man struggled, kicking against Jeren's chest to no avail before finally he passed out and Jeren stalked forwards, murder in his eyes. He would spare this one, as he was likely under this mad place's spell. But anyone who stood to defend these evil witches would be cut down without a moment's remorse. Little did Jeren know, he was not the only one running amok in the Academy's innards. It began as nothing more than a whisper, a breath of a rumour that there was fighting going on in the halls. It was dismissed as hysteria conjured up by idle hands and fear. But then militia patrols began to stop checking in. The distant sound of steel on steel and screams of pain began to echo through the halls, growing closer to the hastily designated refugee areas. Until finally, a name was put to the cause, one that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. The dread sigil of Mount Gelmir. 40 men strong and armed to the teeth. Militiamen, knights, and even men and women who wished to defend their families ran from their rooms, and the order was given for the people to evacuate to the higher reaches of the academy. There had been no major deaths yet, but they did not wish to become fish in a barrel for the recusants that had somehow got in while the queen and king were away. Go, get to higher ground. A knight ordered a family, making sure their son did not trip on the stairs as they scarpered to rise up to a safer area. That was the 6th family he had evacuated in so many minutes. He turned looking for more when a swirl of grey cloth exiting the doorway to the room caught his eye. "You there, don't run off!" he shouted, running towards the door. He turned, seeing the last of a quartet of hooded individuals walking down the hall away from them. "Stop!" Coming to a stop as one, the 4 did not turn to face the knight who stormed towards them, annoyance in his eyes, but care in his heart. He reached for one's shoulder. "You really shouldn't, Bakan!" Pain exploded into his gut with stinging agony, filling his abdomen with white-hot torture. He slowly looked down and was confused to see the spearhead of a long-shafted weapon dug into his stomach, a wicked halo blade under it. The one holding it turned to half-profile, revealing a smiling face before the halo scythe was withdrawn in a clean pull, snagging his jits out as it came. They spilled onto the floor with a wet slap, and the knight collapsed to his knees, but felt his assailant grab him and bring him gently to sit against the wall. Shh, the hooded figure hushed, pulling back her hood to reveal a shock of crimson-red hair, her eyes hidden by a white bandage. There is nothing to fear. The pain is a blessing, a sign of things to come. Yes, yes, of wondrous things. Of sweet odor and scented mildew, said another in a sing-song voice. Of an age where our mother wakes and blooms thrice, bringing the world true horror, said the third, her face at the first's shoulder, looking down at him with a smile. And once the world knows true horror, cooed the fourth and final member in the youngest voice, then they can join hands in the gift of rot. The first leaned down, holding out her arm and opening her gloved hand as if to show the dying man something. In her hand was a scarlet flower that glowed as it bloomed from her palm. A gift we give to you to celebrate our coming reunion, said Mary, the eldest sister, and with a mania of sweetest innocence, she pushed the rotted bloom into the knight's open guts and watched him begin to change. Das dich point 0.0. A whip of Kurama's chakra cracked against a barb of the rot, loosening one of the last remaining elements of the accursed divine plague from Naruto's body. But the success brought the mightiest of the bijou no pleasure or contentment. His vulpine maw was pulled back in a snarl the likes of which he hadn't worn in a few years since that debacle on the moon with the descendant of the sage's brother. This was of a much less grandiose nature than fighting a mountain-sized golem of moonrock, but was far too close to home for Kurama to feel anything but vivid discontent. Kurama had succeeded in repelling almost every single physical symbol and symptom of the rot, and whatever was getting in was rendered down to nothing more than a prickling of the skin. He had told Naruto that his work was nearly done, and he could safely leave the swamp of Aeonia, setting to the much simpler task of getting back to Leonia. But Naruto had not replied to Kurama, continuing to hack and slash away at the beasts of rot that now ran in fear from him, tearing across the land and launching waves of green and black energy from his twin swords. He had tried again and again to talk to Naruto to dissuade him from his wrathful dirge, but Naruto remained trapped in his torpor. Something was definitely amiss, because he had not seen Naruto in such a rage since the days when he had yet to give his chakra willingly. The situation was markedly different in that Naruto's anger was entirely personal, stoked to hysteria by the mental effects of the rot and perpetuated by whatever power coursed in from the great runes. In fact, the longer Naruto fought, the more prominent the runes became. Kurama felt them growing in brightness. He sat up and looked at the portion of the floor where Naruto would usually appear when he entered the mindscape. Etched into the floor were the great runes that Naruto had come into possession of with Godric's anchor rune in the middle. Usually they remained inert chicken scratches on the floor, but now they glowed hotly, gold light filling the usually pleasantly dim mental plane. Damn eyesore, Kurama growled, closing his eyes and shaking his head. The time for half measures had passed. His concern for Naruto's degenerating mood and lack of responses had thinned his patience to the point of no return. Get in here, Naruto. Kurama exerted a concentrated hook of focused intent on Naruto, aiming to forcefully drag him into the mindscape to give him an earful. This wasn't like when he usually prodded Naruto's consciousness, and the blonde let himself be pulled inside to talk face to face. It was more akin to the direct yanks at his waking mind when he needed to drag his Jinchuriki in for a word, usually to roar at them to give up their bodies. It was brutal, direct, but it could not be refused. That line of thought guttered and died when the collection of runes carved at Kurama's feet exploded with energy, a crackle of brilliant gold lightning and sparkling stardust striking out towards Kurama. The fox brought up his arms to guard against the unexpected event, the light striking his crossed forearms and sending him back a dozen meters with a grunt. What the hell? Kurama openly shouted, having no need to keep his reaction internal. The orange fur covering forearms smoked subtly, singed by the searing hot power, but he was otherwise unscathed and far more interested in the pillar of light that now lit up the entire mindscape like a sun. It shimmered and coiled in a helix that rose unending into the dark sky of the mental landscape. It was not a uniform column of energy, but undulated and shifted, dark voids filled with heat haze and stardust, filling in the gaps that showed up between the individual threads of light. No, not threads, Kurama realized, strings. He scowled at the tacky gold light source and stalked up to it, rearing back a clawed hand and slashing at the tower, expecting a reaction and prepared. A massive shower of sparks flowed from the point of impact, but Kurama did not retreat, grinding his razor-sharp claws against the gold strings, seeking to snip them at the source. Surprise took him when he felt more than just searing power crackling out from the compromised pillar of string. He felt emotions from them, ones that he realized were neither his nor Naruto's. Imperious gloating, ambivalence, aggravation, and indulgent exultation vibrated within every single string, until finally he heard it. Twang. The musical note rushed through Kurama, snaking up his arm from where his land gripped some of the strings. The gossamer strands pulsed with renewed power and finally repulsed Kurama's hand. He looked between his smoking claws and the helix of light, and he felt his ire rise to a fever pitch. He recognized this power even if his time in contact with it amounted to a single conversation felt secondhand through Naruto's senses. Cursed outer god, you take advantage of my partner when he is at his lowest? Kurama roared, rising to his full height and extending both sets of claws, his 9 long tails fanning out behind him. The mindscape shook with the force of Kurama's titanic bellow, now charging at the helix of strings and seizing a hold of the tower. Ignoring the energetic feedback that spat lightning and celestial energy against him like hot oil from a skillet. Claws dug deep into the bands, attempting to push the attacker away every time he dig his razor-edged digits deeper into the metaphysical matter, seeking to rip it from where it bore into Naruto's soul. A great presence passed over Kurama's senses, and Kurama's blood boiled at its closeness, unsurprised when he heard a familiar, aloof and imperious voice speak. "Cease thine intervention, tailed one. I am doing what I should have done long ago, and setting my beast on the path he should have walked instead of taking pity on the whore's offshoot." Tightening his grip on the strings, Kurama growled at the voice, just as arrogant as he remembered it. "You foul up my partner's soul by being here, you overly sanctimonious despot. What have you done to Naruto?" The voice made an approving hum, preening at the fox's aggregation and anger, reveling in the discontent of a lower life form. The Mendicant Lord's anchor rune once bore my direct touch, rendered deadened by that foreign blade of destined death. But landing in the heart of the rot offered a splendid opportunity to retie those severed strings in the moments his constitution was weakened. "You're the reason he can't hear me!" Kurama accused, ripping a string loose and chomping down on another bundle of the stuff with contempt. Indeed, deafening him to any distractions but my grand designs, and lacking the wits to realize the voice he hears is the one he has stubbornly refused to obey. The fingers pluck the strings, and the beast shall be a beast, free to bring down the world and rebuild it as one with true order. The words were spoken with such belief and dripped with self-love so great it made Kurama want to retch. Instead, Kurama dug his heels in and clawed and chewed at the helix, glaring into the sky far above. His name is Naruto. He is not some beast to be sicked upon that which displeases you for not perfectly dancing to your tune. Desist from this pathetic rebellion. Tailed one, my name is Kurama, mightiest of the Bijou, and so help me, I will rip you from the soil of his soul, like a weed, and cast you into the void. Kurama raged, the tone and actions of the incorporeal being driving him utterly up the wall. He renewed his slashes and bites, attacking the pillar of light to seemingly no effect. Gritting his pointed teeth, he struck out with his tails, the 9 long appendages locking around the toe and holding it still, pulling it in reverse as he continued to hack and scratch at it. And this time, his attacks did tangible damage to the divine filaments. Where once only sparks and shocks of hot energy returned from his strikes, now stray strings were knocked loose from the tower, cleaved of their connection to Naruto. It would take a lot of work, but he would not rest until he snapped this link once and for all. As he worked, arms a blur of tooth and claw, Kurama became aware of something bizarre. Information was beginning to trickle into the back of his mind, growing steadily more defined with every clump of string he knocked loose. Emotions, intent, a name. Not a title, but a name. And with that name clutched deep in his mind, he yanked and chopped, working to save his partner from the inside out. You will never be a mindless beast, especially not to a false god. Linux break. Azure Blue met Brutal Grey as Gurman blocked the weight of Renalal's latest overhead strike on the blunt side of his scythe. She channeled more magic into it, increasing the width of the carrion greatsword that covered her catalyst. A minor shift in orientation, sending the translucent blade scraping along top of the scythe until it caught on the weighted end of the shaft where it intersected with the burial blade. The scythe was wrenched to one side, causing Gurman to withdraw before his opening was left exposed for too long. Rennala capitalized, dismissing the greatsword to reorient the much shorter and easier to control catalyst before reforming its spectral covering, doubling it in length and width, and launching a horizontal slash at Gurman. The first hunter cursed loudly, dropping to his knees and letting the sword pass over him, launching a crescent moon wave of blue energy into the forest behind him that they ran and battled through. He sprang to his feet and sprinted towards her, his clothes billowing around him like a spirit. Rennala waved her catalyst, a chime of magic making Gurman instinctually change direction to avoid more spellfire. She smiled behind her visor, for the move had been a feint. The energy wave of her slash cut into the trunk of an ancient oak behind the hunter, the massive tree creaking before beginning the slow, pendulous fall towards the whirling attacker. Splintering wood was hardly a subtle sound, and Gurman clocked the shadow of the falling tree as it fell towards him. He turned to the side, sharply turning on his good foot and using the force to swing his scythe in a vertical arc, slicing through the tree before it could hit him. His advance was, however, broken, so when he returned to look at his target, he inhaled sharply as she drove the bladed tip of her catalyst into the soil, his sixth sense telling him to get high as fast as possible. "Fly," she said, her voice echoing through the visor of her helmet as she pumped magic into the floor. The ground shook with a sudden sharp tremor before sharp and thick glintstone crystals quickly burst from the ground in front of Rennala as a wave of stalagmites, rushing towards Gurman, who turned tail and ran, springing up into the trees to avoid the tidal wave of spikes. "Thou cannot run! Come, oath-sworn wolves!" A dozen translucent direwolves faded into existence beside the full moon queen before bolting for Gurman, hopping off the tops of the crystal spires to snap at his heels. He booted one in the face and skewered the second through the skull with his peg leg. Gurman broke the scythe and began to pepper Rennala with shots, using the trees to cover his movements, a lucky shot impacting on her pauldron. She pressed a hand to the hit, feeling the cracks in the silvery plate, and took stock of the situation. She had the ranged advantage, but the skill of the first hunter kept her on her toes. She could not afford to engage him at close range lest he slip her guard and deliver a killing blow before she could recover. But there was also the matter of the void in her memories. "'Tis suicide to engage him in a melee. But when I do, I feel the itch in my mind recede. The more I fight, the more I learn what I have forgotten." Rennala thought, and against her better judgment, she took to the sky and closed the distance. She had to find where spellfire met bladework. "O light of the moon, guardian shine to the carrion lineage, return to me what I have lost, and guide my love back to my side." To be concluded, Guiding Moonlight, Part 3. Black and sparkling green blades crossed over one another, severing the trunk-like neck of the horror that gurgled in pain before collapsing to the floor, no longer moving. Darkly coloured sparks danced along the neck stump's locus before they ignited, a quite roar of inky black flames subsuming the body as an aura of true death radiated from it. The one who had inflicted the wounds gave no heed to it, continuing his pursuit. The creatures of rot were running from Naruto now and had been ever since his great runes and emitted their pulse of harmonious light. To beings that were so corrupted, the sweet gold embrace of those runes were anathema, and even with their brains dripping from their ears in putrid red, they instinctively feared what was their opposite. Doom through salvation. Compassion made into a weapon. Life making war on undeath. Had the blonde been in a different state, he might have introspected on that. On the fact that the lands between were so deeply broken that even the cycle of life and death was itself somewhere in between. But right now, he was focused on his wrathful task. His chakra flowed into the moonlight greatsword, its broad length glowing with hauntingly beautiful light before he slashed it at a fleeing flock of malformed crows, sending a crescent-shaped wave of energy soaring through the air at breakneck speed. It seemed to earn through the air, going from horizontal to diagonal before it sliced through the flock, bifurcating most of them, and those that remained losing wings to the shimmering attack. They squawked in pain as they fell to the Kalid sands. Naruto had chased them out of the swamp of Ionia and into the greater wastes where he systematically hunted and diced them to bits. It was not clean work, but it brought Naruto satisfaction to see the rotted fall and never get up again. His anger dipped a moment at that, the joy souring. That was not a very Naruto thought. The blonde shinobi did love a good scrap and even an exhilarating battle, but he had never reveled in the systematic extermination of a kind. As time passed and he brought their numbers lower and lower, he felt like the red mist in front of his vision shifted. It did not recede, but rather turned, presenting new facets like the sides of a gemstone that brought with them nuggets of clarity. Eventually, that lucidity brought him to a standstill in the desert, the full length of Kaimon buried up to the hilt in a dog-like creature's chest. It whimpered at him pitiably before the arcane nature of the black dachi leached the life from the canine and it stopped struggling, inert as death took him. This action felt right, but what didn't feel right was the blood that sloughed off the moonlight greatsword. Not used, he panted, hand tensing around the hilt. The blade had been made with an intent, a role that it was supposed to serve, to be used to defend his family and home, not a furious march of execution in a foreign land. Renala, he breathed. Something snapped deep in the back of his mind, and Naruto could have sworn he heard Kurama whooping in a triumphant growl. No! Stay angry, Naruto! They deserve this! It's much better to just not think. Just swing your swords and make those disgusting pretender gods bleed. The voice shouted from the back of Naruto's mind, dismayed. The glowing gold Naruto grabbed the sides of his head and gritted his head, feeling the haze attempting to reassert itself. What the hell are you? He growled, the rough surfaces of his sword cutting into his palms. The prior anger had been so extreme that he had pushed away all upper thoughts, letting emotion guide him in an addictive spiral. He was kept in his lane by the hallmarks of familiarity / the way chakra and blood thundered through him, the sharpening pepe of adrenaline and the occasional voice in the back of his head offering counsel. But now Naruto realized this was not the usual voice. Kurama raged in the back of his mind, his voice muffled but growing louder as he made progress on his own battle. The voice seemed to sneer at him, its emotion conveyed through sheer presence. It doesn't matter. I have given you encouragement and power. It is about time you hold up your side of the bargain and do my bidding. That confounded humanity of yours is proving a thorn in my side I can no longer allow. Naruto grunted as white-hot pain lanced into his head, the voice losing whatever prior feigned friendliness it had possessed before and defaulting back to a sickeningly familiar imperiousness. Naruto realized immediately who he was speaking to. Greater will, he seethed. Or was it? The voice was the same. That same haughty, holier-than-thou disposition that had ticked Naruto off since he had first heard it, suspended beneath a nebulae of perfectly arrayed stars. But for some reason he could not define, that was not the mental image that Naruto felt now. There was a tinniness to it, as if instead of a grand voice speaking from on high, it was someone speaking to the sky, and the sky echoed their words back at him, magnified, but he could see the one speaking in his subconscious. There were no stars, just simulacra. What the hell are you? Naruto gasped, pushing back against the artificially imposed anger with his own, feeling it push back along the metaphysical link. At this point, the will abandoned all pretense of being civil. Fatherless cretin, insufferably pedantic beast, perpetually vexing Whoreson, why do you persist in denying the grandness I have laid out for you? To be the cornerstone and foundation of a perfect world. Ah, there it was. Petulance in all its metaphysical glory, or lack thereof. Naruto's bared teeth morphed into an insulting grin, the orange-gold eyes of his chakra mode glinting with viscous mirth. I have had my fill of gods, Senji, how the world should be. He yelled in defiance, chakra exploding away from him in a shockwave that cratered the ground beneath him. Nagato, Obito, Madara, Kaguya, Zetsu, Toneri, that shithill Godric. Whoever you are, whatever you are. You're just the latest in a long line of people telling me that they know the way the world should be. So let me tell you this. He began to draw in senjutsu from the surrounding area, finding it coming into him with a startling ease, his runes singing in response to it. Like all those before, if you hurt those I care for, I'm gonna kick your ass. He was met with an aggravated sound that was akin to an orchestra suddenly going out of tune. Naruto smirked, red pigment phasing into view around his eyes. He felt his perception rapidly expand over Caelid and far beyond, taking in the details of the world in flashes of clarity. The red-stained sands of the southern lands felt like a blight on his senses, a malignant tumour slowly growing outwards into the flesh of the land. The blonde's challenging grin suddenly fell as he sensed something that pressed into his waking mind, his now cross-shaped pupils narrowing to pinpricks. There was a presence on the other side of Caelid that filled Naruto's perception like a celestial body, so large and heavy that it seemed to warp the rot-infected land around it. There was someone there, something of immense power but tragically diminished, still unimaginably strong but a shadow of what it had once been. Radan, Naruto's mind supplied, putting two and two together from what he had been told. He was taken aback at the power that thrummed off the distant figure as he skulked across the sands. But there too was the unmistakable touch of he-rot soaking into every facet of his being. He could feel the man's emotions, searingly brutal pain, weariness, self-recrimination and forlorn denial wafting off the great general in waves. Normally Naruto would have gone to the man, tried to see what was wrong and help as best he could. But peeking beyond the warped presence of the Redmane Lord, Naruto was acutely reminded of why he was here. His smile wilted completely and the will laughed with derision. Then see, errant best. See what happens when you are not around your so-called loved ones. How quickly things fall to chaos. Sage mode, depending on its level, could provide Naruto with an acute level of clairvoyance about the state of the world beyond the immediate sensory range of Sage mode. Shortly after he had first gained access to Kurama's chakra, entering Sage mode had let him glimpse brief snapshots of the war despite the theatres of battle being half a continent away. Not enough to get a grip of the situation, but enough to see that thousands were dying and the ground was being churned up by the destructive nature of war. That could reach as far as being able to sense chakra signatures in other dimensions with the power that he had gained from Hagoromo. Bearing the cross-shaped pupils and red-eye pigment of Bijuu's Sage mode, Naruto experienced a clairvoyant vision of Neo Korea locked in battle, fear and terror mixing with the glee of the invaders. He snarled, sensing the mellifluous touch of the daughters of Rot or unknown figures running through the shadows of the academy with murder in their hearts. But above it all, he locked in on the cool blue light of Rennala, locked in pitch combat with a grey shadow that curdled his blood. Rennala, he whispered. She was fighting, full of worry and self-doubt. Rennala, he said, his orange-gold eyes slowly bleeding to red. Her grey-clad adversary discharged his weapon at her, causing her to take cover behind a tree. Naruto's rage boiled hot and viscous, shirking the will's petulant wrath and blazing so brightle that his chakra responded. The aura of gold around Naruto intensified, smaller motes blooming into it like stars and the patterns running over his body rippling as if on the eve of change. "Rennala," he called, the sand beneath his feet superheating into glass. And just like that, the snapshot clairvoyance faded, leaving just the distant blue light in Naruto's sage senses. The blonde's pips pulled back and teeth lengthened to fangs. His body grew tense as power flowed from him like a burst dam before pulling inwards, building up pressure. The air grew thick before finally the voice spoke in an indulgent, mocking candor. As if a beast could ever save its whore from the chaos? Rah! Naruto exploded into the air in a pillar of sparkling golden light, streaking forwards as an asteroid of brilliance. Air offered a meager resistance before he smashed through the sound barrier with a resonant boom, his speed growing a dozen times over that by the time he had cleared his own mash cone. Caelid rolled under him in a blur until he burst out over the grey sea, the pressure wave of his passing causing curtains of water to rise up in his wake. There were no thoughts. There was no voice in his ears or from the back of his mind. There was only the distant blue light on his senses that he now flew towards as fast as his emotions could take him. His lover and fiancée were in peril, and he would shatter heaven and split the earth to see her safe. Linux break. The curtains of tranquility truly were a marvel of sorcery brilliance. While they may have simply looked like a massive dome of water from the outside, the interior was far more of a spectacle. A 5-man squad of Redmanes had taken shelter in the shadows of one of the outer settlements that made up the floating city, hiding from the 20 men-at-arms led by one of the returned knights, who ordered them to do a thorough sweep of the area. A pikeman poked his head into the open door and looked around, finding nothing but the trunks and personal effects of whatever family had been slated to move in. When he was sure that there was nothing of note, he called out the all clear, and the response party moved to the next area. The group approached one of the seemingly impassable curtains of water, the sorcery in their midst coming to the front of their number. He raised his catalyst adobe his head and waved it, a chiming sound ringing out as it emitted a pulse of the sparkling glintstone sorcery. There was a pause before the wall of water reacted, a space opening in the water and widening into a fissure, then an archway wide enough for men to pass through 5 abreast, and a pathway of water formed out before it, connecting to the pathway for the troops to embark. They, sorcerer and knight, stepped onto the water and found it to be solid, followed by their subordinates, who embarked a bit more gingerly, but soon the entire sortie was through the arch that shut behind them. A beat passed before the luggage in the lone house shimmered with tarnished gold light, and when it cleared stood the 5 Redmanes, a grey-haired and gold-eyed one of their number throwing back a large sheet he had used to cover them all down. Seeing they were well and truly alone now, the group breathed a sigh of relief and took stock of the situation. They had been part of the original group of Redmanes that had managed to get into the floating city before the curtains of tranquility had been raised. Not only did the magical arrangement account for thousands of tons of fast-flowing water acting as a potent protection from external attacks, but the controller could freely rearrange the orientation of the walls. Streets could be turned into dead ends, or doors be manifested for friendly troops to section of the city into a potential prisons for would-be invaders, much like them. Still, they hadn't been caught yet, and while the wind had been taken out of their sails, they were still here to be heroes. So, with cautious optimism, they slipped from their hidey-hole and tried to orient themselves. The endless refractions that the water caused was incredibly disorienting, and when they eventually set off, they had no idea if it was towards the academy at all. The leader of the 5 stepped onto the next stone flags of the solid roadway when suddenly a magical seal in dark blue appeared underfoot. He leapt backwards, trying to flee whatever trap had been set. 5 much larger magical sigils formed within the curtains of water to either side of the group before fading. The water distorted, pulling away from the walls into 24 watery tentacles sent lancing forwards like vipers and quickly ensnaring the group before they could even react. They attempted to struggle against their watery bonds, but they had quickly grown viscous where they wrapped their prey, then lifted them off the ground. Electricity sparked from one set of tentacles, shocking the Redmane into unconsciousness. Droplets of water radiated off one of the tentacles before they transfigured into solid shards of glintstone that were attracted to 2 of the trapped Redmanes and began to cling to them. The fragments expanded and grew, and the 2 unlucky saps were trapped inside large glintstone crystals. The last 2 received the least dignified assault, the tendrils of water lifting them up and repeatedly smacking them against the stone street until they passed out. One by one, each of the out-of-commission 5 was picked up by the water tendrils and tossed into the fast-flowing curtains of tranquility, tumbling ever higher until they were elected at force from the top of the dome, left to fall hundreds of meters to the waters far below. 0.0.0. Exemplary shot, my princess, E.G. complimented, as the representation of the 5 interlopers splashed down into the magical projections lake. "'Tis not the time for sportsmanship or technique, E.G. These jackanapes need to get gone, fast," Rani replied from the other side of the projection. All 4 of her hands were fast at work manipulating a complex chain of magical circles. She missed having the ability to form the more esoteric hand gestures with her prior mechanical form, but the dexterity of tactile feedback could not be overstated. She pulled a finger back and flicked the underside of the magic circle, sending it to slide over the top of the curtain's dome. It came to an abrupt stop over a translucent visage of a battle between Blade and Moongrum's forces, engaging a few of the more seasoned of the so-called Redmanes. Rani bit her lip. Redmane, she thought brusquely. That one word brought her a myriad of emotions, indignant anger chief among them. How dare these charlatans take on the name of her elder brother's beloved followers? One of the last group's number was a Numen, Yi observed idly, bringing Rani back to the present. A surprise indeedeth, for I was sure that the Black Knives were the last of Marika's distant kin in the lands between. Rani rumbled. She made minute alterations to the magical circle hovering above Blade and Mongrum's melee. It wasn't pertinent to the here and now, but it did rankle in the back of her mind. To her perspective, it had nothing to do with this attack, a mere coincidence, but it felt like an omen that far away, something else was going on. A snap of the fingers, and the sigil went live, producing a series of icy spikes, each as long and thick as an adult man's arm. The spikes rained down from the water wall above the melee, and Rani's lone blue eye watched each stream of magical materials slam into the attackers, perfectly avoiding the defenders. She watched on with detached focus, as attackers were skewered and impaled by the giant icicles, pierced through the throat, face, and through the heart, picking only one to get nailed in the thigh. She exhaled softly and looked over the entire projection and marveled at her mother's creation. It was a perfect holographic rendering of the exterior of the academy in real time once the curtains had been deployed, working off the same principle as projection sorcery that she and her Omen half-brother Morgott were fond of using. If the user created a magical spell up here and placed it where they desired on the projection, then the real version of the spell would manifest in the corresponding location, using the water as material and medium, and the flow of water as the energy. Kinetic energy of moving water instantaneously becoming usable magical energy. Had she wanted to, Rani could have covered every inch of interior space with comet azures and reduced everything outside of the academy walls down to its quintessence. A pragmatic approach full of scorched earth, but given they wanted people to live in the floating city, it was better to leave it in place. So she had instead been using Iji's keen eyes to spot parties of the Redmanes before taking them out with surgical strikes. The only current flaw in Mother's masterwork is that the awareness is, for now, exclusively external. The Full Moon Queen had yet to create the infrastructure to closely observe her own home's interior, possibly for the sake of privacy, as no one wanted to be watched 24/7. At least we have the glint pipes in case of infiltration. On the projection before her and her long-standing troll ally, the small holographic representation of Blade dropped to one knee and grabbed the one survivor by the scruff of the neck, beginning to shake him for answers. While being throttled by a snarling 2.5-meter-tall man-wolf must have been terrifying for the man, Rani couldn't help but find the sight comical rendered down to this miniature scale. "Oh!" Iji chuffed in confused amusement, leaning his bulbous head down to the representation of the outer wall. "Oh my. It seems the Princess Melina has taken issue with our unwanted guests." Rani's eye widened and she instantly rotated the model and zoomed in on the section of outer wall that E indicated with a long, gnarled finger, rolling the layback a few seconds in reverse to capture the moment. It took her a moment to see anything out of the ordinary before she spotted a small group of armoured men jogging along the battlements. Her heart skipped a beat as she recognized the sigil on the leader's surcoat, but before she could call out to her alarm, something truly remarkable happened. Behind the now sprinting invaders, a turreted square parapet meant to provide access from the main body of the academy. The group had just come sprinting out of there like their lives depended on it, and it was now that Rani understood why. A huge lupine shape bounded out of the parapet, its fangs and claws bared in a howl. If the projection hadn't rendered everything to silvery white ghosts, then the fur would have been a majestic russet red. It didn't stop Rani from recognizing her father's wolf nor Melina riding atop it, with her mouth open wide in a war dirge. Radagon's Red Wolf lunged forwards before a flaming saber was conjured into its mouth. Melina gripped onto the fore with surprising strength for a girl so young and held on tight as the wolf corkscrewed through the air, the flaming blade depriving the invaders of their limbs. 3 of them had survived the initial assault with their maimed comrades, left in steadily growing pools of their blood. Melina thumped a palm into the wolf's flank and it howled, a Carian phalanx manifesting and stabbing two of the through their visors before the great red wolf pounced on the last survivor. Its jaws locked around the leader's neck and tore strings of viscera clear. The gorgot he wore might as well have been papier-mâché. The Dark Moon Princess watched her younger half-sister look down at the dying man from atop her steed before they bounded off into the next parapet. The fact that they did not emerge from the other side telling her that they had returned to the interior, beyond their sight. Sadness touched Rani at thinking that the little girl had just blooded herself. It gave her pause, wondering why it saddened her. So instead she tried to stay objective and dare she say positive. She takes after her mother, she observed, returning the projection to Blade and Moongrum in the here and now. Seeing his miniature body language, she knew something was wrong immediately. It likely had something to do with the people who had somehow gotten inside the academy grounds. Why were they here? How were they here? Her cool exterior hid her stormy thoughts. Rani decided to get the answers from the horse's mouth, or, in this case, the wolfen. She focused on Blade's presence, imagining every detail on his face and pushing her focus towards it in a sheath of magic. She glowed slightly as she began the process of astral projection. While still sitting at the control center, she became aware of a second set of senses coming into her mind as a projection of herself appeared in a swirl of blue magical particles. She was not fully solid like her prior projections, much to her chagrin. It seemed that her new flesh came with the caveat of wanting to keep her soul and mind fully inside her body. Moongrum and Blade's men started in fright at her manifestation, while the former of the two marked her projection's arrival with a light nod. Moongrum wore his helmet, hiding his features. Blade had no such emotional filter. "Blasted turncoat!" Bliard shouted, throwing the now moaning Redmane to the floor. "Where in all the hells are Naruto and the Queen?" "Otherwise engaged, as should we if what I have learned is true," Rani announced, causing Blade to look at her. "Rani," Blade greeted. The fact he didn't joke about Rani's ghostly appearance was an indicator of his foul mood. "You're not going to believe who these blasted Redmanes are." "Keep it succinct, sweet Blade. We have a situation in the grounds. People have somehow slipped inside." Moongrum's helmeted head whipped around. "What?" he called in alarm. Jeren's forces penetrated that deep. Rani's eye almost bugged from its socket. "Jeren!" "But why would he even?" "It's the whole bloody Radan festival, Rani. Jeren's gone mad. He thinks Renalla's to blame for Radan's state, and this lot came along like pups wet off the teat looking to kill the evil witch," he growled, sheathing his Zweihander and getting ready to jog back to the academy. He stopped when he saw Rani's face turn pale. His non-scarred eye widened. "Your situation isn't to do with the Redmanes, is it?" She took a steadying breath. A force of habit given this thought form didn't have a body of its own. "I caught the sigil on the surcoat of some of the people that were inside. A red serpent coiled around a gold point within a greater rune." Her words drew a variety of reaction from the militiamen and knights, gasps and looks of horror. Because everyone knew that sigil. The fear of its presence made people contemplate their end. The dread sigil of Mount Gelmire. The calling card of the Volcano Manor's recusants. The servants of Praetor Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy, and Rannis, other brother. Inside the academy, Blade tightened his straps and broke off into a loping sprint, Moongrum and all the men quickly following. "Retreat to the academy! Recusants are inside. I repeat, recusants are inside." Moonfrom told any men he came across. Loretta would have the situation with the external Redmanes in hand, but it was up to them to stop the recusants from living up to their awful reputation. 0.0. A woman ran through one of the academy halls in tears, terrified while clutching her child against her chest as she fled from those chasing her. The sound of armoured boots on stone followed close at her heels, and she did not dare stop for fear they would catch her. She did not need to think about how gruesome such a fate would be, because once she had known who pursued her, she knew she would have to take flight. The dread sigil of Gelmire caused panic at its mere presence. The reputation these recusants carried had caused many of the civilians to flee into the halls, scattered like leaves to the wind. They had found her soon enough, drawn on like bloodhounds guided by her terror. They would not simply kill her. They would exact the maximum amount of horror from her and her child, offer it up like a benediction to their blasphemous lord before finally killing her. She turned right, having no idea where she was going, and cried out in horror when her foot caught on some loose debris. The woman turned as she fell, holding her son close to her and cushioning the blow when she landed, yelping out in pain when she felt a sharp stone cut a nasty gash into her leg. Backpedaling against the wall, she held her son close to her, telling him that everything was going to be okay. "It will not be okay," a voice echoed hollowly from the darkness. She looked up, the flickering blue light that lit this hall providing enough light that the shadows cast were deep this far away from the windows. The sound of metal grinding on stone echoed from where she had just come from, a slow, guttural scrape that filled her with paralytic terror. There will be no happy ending, no miraculous escape. A tall and imposing figure stepped from around the corner, clad in blood-stained plate and dragging a brutal maul behind him that sparked off the ground. "The Lady Tanith spits upon the Full Moon Queen's offer, and we have come to make sure this little place pays its tithe of misery to the Lord of Blasphemy." The recusant was not alone. 3 more of his ilk marched out from behind him, carrying all manner of brutal implements, all darkened with blood and not all of it dry. "Too few have died today," one of the others said, scratching the front of his helmet with a clawed gauntlet, looking like a horrifically misshapen feline. "These peasants are so good at running, and the resistance is so tiresome. I've only killed 1 person today, and he fought back instead of letting me flay him." His petulant tone did not diminish the fear in the mother who held her son all the closer. She could feel all of their predatory stares looking at them like they were meat. Another of the 4 slugged a mailed fist into the whining recusant's head, causing him to stumble. "Grow up, neophyte. You'll get your fill." I still think that Lady Tanith was rash to act without Lord Rickard's order, and Patches didn't even show up. But Patches never shows up. "He turns tail and hides behind the lady's skirts," the last one grumbled. He stepped forwards, hefting a spiked hammer and pointing it at the mother and child. "More for us." "But please." "No." The mother begged over her child's wails. "Don't kill us. We never did anything to you." "Oh, sweet summer child." The leader lifted his mace and stalked forwards. "That's why it's so A red flaming skull struck the leader, its infernal teeth gnawing at his helmet before detonating in a plume of blood-red fire. His body was sent flying backwards, now bereft of its head and dropping its mace. The world slowed to a crawl for the woman, and her adrenaline-wired perception saw something amazing play out from her place on the floor. A booted leg stepped into her line of sight with a swirl of black cloth fanning out behind it. The figure ghosted forwards like a wraith with a pair of obsidian-coloured hand scythes held in each hand. The man, aged by the silvery hair that poured out of the back of his cloak, stepped into the throng of stumbling brigands and span on the tip of his boot. The 2 reaping implements span in twin streaks of razor-sharp darkness, slicing through the blood-flecked armour with no resistance. The 4 recusants paused, their bodies sizing up before they all were rocked, blood exploding out of their visors and the space between their armour plates. All 4 went down in gurgling spasms, dead before they hit the floor and leaving the woman's saviour standing. She gasped at him, covering her son's eyes to not see the sudden death that the stranger had dealt. She cursed herself when he slowly turned to look at her, having heard her breath. "Be at ease, young miss. I mean you no harm," the aged man said gentlemanly. He turned to face her fully, a vision in black with what appeared to be a black half-helmet that a long white beard poked out from under. His cloak was fastened to his robes by a large gold brooch set with a large ruby. He slipped the 2 scythes behind his back, locking them into sheaths. Then he raised his hands placatingly, showing both palms. "But you are bleeding from the thigh. I should check that you haven't nicked an artery." Confusion crossed the woman's face, and she looked down, alarmed to see that the cut in her thigh had produced a quite alarmingly sized puddle of blood. The dizziness hit her a moment later, her head lolling back to strike the wall, had the aged gentleman not already been there to arrest her falling skull with his hand. He gently sat her up properly before inspecting the wound. "It's deep, but the artery is intact," he informed her while extending one of his hands and dipping his first 2 fingers into the puddle. "Nonus," he intoned. A pulse radiated through the puddle, briefly turning that same glowing red as the prior skull before returning to normal. Then, to the wonder of the woozy woman and her son, her blood began to move, retreating back towards her and flowing back into the open wound. "Are you a wizard?" the woman's son asked, starry-eyed. The aged gentleman chuffed in amusement and shook his head. "No, but in my profession, picking up a few cantrips are helpful," he replied to the lad. He pulled a section of his cloak up and made no complaint about tearing a length of cloth free from it and began to bind the woman's leg, creating a tourniquet. But he came to a sudden stop and drew one of his scythes again, pointing it down the hall when they heard a growl. The woman, who was nearly passed out at this point, was perplexed that she was now seeing a huge russet-red wolf stalking down the corridor with a little magenta-haired girl riding atop it. The aged gentleman held his vigil, not giving an inch, as he stood to protect the woman from the wolf, but did not move to attack. The little girl scrutinized him pointedly before her lone eye slid by him to rest on the corpses behind them. Her face lit in realization. "You protected her." It was not a question. Lowering his scythe, the aged gentleman relaxed his poised stance. "Indeed I did. I believe it is still a knight's duty to protect those in need," he replied before sighing long-sufferingly, "though it has been quite some time since I last had the joy. My lord's missive only brings me here because I am his most long-standing follower. The others, I fear, have long been in a fugue not of their own making." The young woman had no idea what the aged gentleman was talking about, but it sounded like he had a weight on his shoulders he had been carrying for a very long time. "If you're a knight, then can you do something for me? I'm a princess after all." "Princess Melina!" Melina claimed, pumping her fist in cute bravado. Chuckles emerged from under the aged gentleman's beard. "I see. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have business with your father, but I'm sure that aiding his daughter will go a ways to having him speak with me," the aged gentleman said, clicking his scythe to his side. "Name it, Princess of Neo-Korea. If it is within my power and does not violate my chivalry, then it shall be done." Melina nodded sagely, a comical action given the blood coating her mount's maw and claws. "My sisters are trying to hide from some big meanies who think they're their sisters. Can you protect them for me while I let Doggy here chase those snaky guys?" "You offer me an accord, then?" The aged gentleman stroked his beard, a strange irony filling the room that none of them could pass. He nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall do as you ask, Princess Melina. But please make sure you get there too to safety before chasing your distant brother's followers from your door." The aged gentleman gave a short bow to the woman and her son before taking off in a jog deeper into the academy. "Wait!" Melina called over her shoulder, causing the gentleman to stop and look back. I don't know your name." Just as she was about to pass out, the woozy woman heard the aged gentleman's reply. "I am Sir Ansbach, captain of the Pale Blood Knights of Lord Morg, last follower of the true Lord Morg, and the one who shall save him from the indignity I believe he has been forced to live for eons." Point 0.0. Renala and German's battle had continued in earnest, carving a swath of destruction through the forest and looping all the way back to the Carrion Manor, which was now mostly in ruins. Leaping into the air, German spun his scythe in a radial arc, bifurcating the last of the Neo-Carrion Queen's summoned direwolves. He did not have the time to land before Renala was on him again, rocketing at him like a plate mail meteorite, tossing her catalyst at him as a spinning sword energized with magic. He parried the weapon, but Renala was too close now, able to snatch her catalyst back before she ploughed into the first hunter in a tangle of limbs. They rolled as they fell, each trying to slug the other or maneuver the edge of their weapon to something vulnerable, but neither found purchase, landing against the wet grass in a squelch of mud. They sprung to their feet and Renala changed up her tack, locking her hands around German's own fists, holding him still in a test of strength. He had her beat in the weapons department, that was sure, and she could feel her emotional leash slipping the longer she dwelled on the aching hole in her memories. Beautiful she could deprive him of the ability to actually swing his weapon, then she might have an angle. An angle which quickly became more acute than she liked, as it became obvious by the lack of movement in the old man's limbs that he had beaten her in physical strength. Her arms trembling against the man's iron grip, Renala watched his thin lips curl into an amused smirk. It reminded her of Naruto in a strange way, and just like that, was struck by inspiration. With no warning, she leaned her helmeted head backwards and proceeded to smash it forwards against German's head in a stinging headbutt. The metal of her visor smacked hard into German's face, producing a horrible clang and succeeding in whipping the smirk from his lips. Rearing back again. Renala levered her taller height to her advantage and began to rain headbutt after headbutt down onto the first hunter, causing him to grunt in pain as she rang his bell. The cracks and clangs soon grew to cracks and meaty squelches, cuts, contusions, and all manner of superficial wounds littering Gurman's face and even knocking his hat loose. She pressed the advantage as much as she could. A moment's thought, and the 4 ethereal arms she sometimes deployed for advanced spell work unwound themselves from her back and piled on the damage, pairs of straight punches crashing into Gurman's chin and temples every time a headbutt sent him backwards. Having enough of being so thoroughly bullied, Gurman let the next headbutt catch him square on the nose and offered no resistance. It struck home with a wet crunch and a spurt of blood, his body limply shooting backwards, but he slipped his hands out of Renala's grip and shot them above his head, propelling him into a back handspring that whipped his bored foot and galvanized peg leg into the Queen's helmet, causing her to stumble backwards, temporarily stunned. Seeing an opening, he snatched the firearm from the base of his scythe and levelled it at Renala, pulling the trigger. The gun bucked, spitting a huge spray of quicksilver shot that carried its eldritch energy in a sheath of kinetic energy. Block, Renala thought, and her 4 arms crossed over her chest like a mousetrap snapping shut, taking the brunt of the impact and shattering like glass. A stray round got through, though, and it clipped the temple of her already thoroughly dented helmet. Skidding backwards, she panted and saw that Gurman was much the same as her. Her vision was obscured by the warped metal of the visor, so she reached up and pulled it loose, letting her long black hair tumble loose and free. Gurman groaned, the noise carrying a Nasili element to it. His face was a mess, with an eye swollen nearly all the way shut, burst lips and a very crooked nose. Reaching up a hand, he took his nose between 2 fingers and snapped it back into the correct position with another grunt, sniffing to rid himself of the blood that had been building up there. Despite that, he looked almost genial, enjoying the battle and the damage that the Full Moon Queen had been able to do to him. The same could not be said for Renala. While her face was free of physical blemishes, she held a truly pained look that curled her lips, and her eyes looked around erratically. It struck Gurman just how vulnerable that look was. How human. He sighed. Yes, she was in no way the same moon that had driven him astray so long ago. He could see that the greater will had sent him on a wild goose chase on that department for its own ends. In retrospect, Gurman reflected that as far as outer gods went, his scant interactions with the will did not quite line up with a true outer god. Close, but some truth had been filed off. It had been like Flora, yet it was one step removed, less a grand conductor of its authority and more gnarled fingers plucking at strings. What still remained was the test of Renala as a woman. The tall woman panted, her body and mind both screaming at her in fatigue, faceless figures standing in her memories. Why couldn't she recall them? Who had she forgotten? She looked at Gurman, who did not move to attack her, instead watching her with measured interest, seeing what she was going to do. Emotion clawed at her, building stronger and stronger without an outlet to articulate. And then she saw it. Looking past Gurman, Renala's eyes climbed slowly to look at a space near the top of the mangled masonry, a half-archway set into the now fragor-blasted stonework. Glass jutted from the frame, the half-shattered fractals of what had once been a window. But not just any window. All these years later, she could still pick out what that archway had looked like when whole. "It's my room," she thought, the static in her memories growing louder. There was not a hole in her memories. Something was hiding them from her. Her eyes shifted left and up to the top of the window, a touch of stained glass decorating them, and she could remember looking up at the 2 sigils that were set into the glass. A figure stood beside her in the memory, her body covered in light gold static. A pit formed in the base of Renala's stomach. She opened her mouth in a slowly widening look of horror. The more of the memory returned. She alighted on what remained of the top sigil, hers. The full moon's locus visible even while cracked. Then, her eyes painfully slowly dragged down. Bile rose at the back of her throat. Her hands shook as cold sweat poured from her back under the armor. "No, I could never. How? Ah!" The second sigil below it filled her view, her mind refusing to take in the visage as the static crackle intensified, but the longer she looked, the more the static pulled away. This had been her childhood bedroom, marked as such, so why was there a second sigil there? Why? Why? She looked upon the second sigil and saw it for what it was. A royal carrion crest, personal sigil of a princess. But instead of one moon, it held two. Twin moons, Renala whispered, her eyes beginning to water. Rilana, my dear sister. Snap deep within Renala's mind. Something went snap. And for once, it was not a part of her faculties. Holes in her memory suddenly cleared, the pale gold static crackling to nothingness, as one by one she could recall faces, conversations, and whole macrocosms of emotions crashing down on her. She felt faint, leaning forwards and having to dig her catalyst into the mud for support, but that did not stop the tears. She was crying pain and pathos, an exhilarating mix. A face much like hers stared back at her from her memories, except the armor was different. The cool smile was similar but no less full of love. Someone had blocked her memories of her sister. And much more. She grit her teeth, slumping to her knees while gripping onto her catalyst. She could just see Rilana now, taking receipt of twin swords that she had made for her. The somewhat haughty laugh she had given when she had questioned her choice in following Mesmer to the land of shadows. When you find someone worth standing with, you will find true strength, greater than any god or even the moon you are so fond of. Rilana had said, happily strapping her new swords to her side, giggling at Renala's pout. Oh, come on. I expect you will find the same joy with Radagon. And she had lost it, fell to madness, and lost her children one by one until none remained. Until Naruto and Melina had awkwardly staggered into her life. Renala let loose a mournful wail, not because of what she had lost, but that she had gone so long without the memory of one whom she loved. A cool steel blade touched her cheek. Renala looked up, her tear-filled blue eyes meeting those of the first hunter. He could have taken her neck, but instead he simply looked at her curiously. Why do you weep? He asked her, his somewhat scratchy voice showing an unusual softness. Renala sniffed and honestly answered. I had forgotten someone special to me and lived a life fallen to madness. I weep that in that darkness someone robbed me of that light. Herman listened to her and closed his eyes, digesting them before finally nodding. He lowered the burial blade. Someone full of such profound sadness yet seeks betterment. You are no beast, and my blade has passed its sentence. My hunt is over, witch queen of a different moon. He took a step back and turned to retrieve his hat. The pay was up front anyways. Perhaps an old corpse like me should... Gurman never finished that sentence. On the southeastern horizon, a single brilliant gold dot peaked above the horizon. A comet with a trail of auric energy that was making a massively hypersonic beeline for the first hunter. Get away from her! The streak of gold collided with Gurman, covering the miles between them in an instant. The grizzled and grey hunter yelled in alarm that was muffled by the staccato drumfire of sonic booms that followed Naruto's passage. He was wrenched from his feet and flew backwards, pushed to ridiculous speeds but by the returned and apoplectically furious Naruto. They collided with the mana at force and smashed through it with no resistance, continuing on through the forest and then into a distant plateau. Boom! Renala shielded her eyes from a dust-filled squall that rolled over her. The ground shook from the distant impact as Naruto had driven Gurman right through RGW Massive Plateau, a huge drilling crater showing through to the other side. The horizon lit up with scores of gold and blue flashes, minor and major explosions rocking Liurnia to its foundations. Naruto, she exclaimed, getting to her feet. The quandary of her memories was still there, and she could ponder it later, or at least on the way. Right now, her betrothed was unfathomably angry. Drying her eyes, she jumped into the air and allowed her sorcery to let her take proper flight, begging to gracefully advance towards the battlefield. I will not lose you to madness on my behalf, beloved. Never again, she said, flying over the treetops, the destruction of her childhood home soon far behind. 0.0. The inside of the academy was in utter chaos. There were 3 antagonistic forces at work within the walls, and while their actions were proving somewhat ineffective in the grand scheme of things, they had succeeded in riling up the citizenry into a panic. The most sizable group was the Rexonance, who had been culled from their initial 40 down to just under 30. Jaren and his 20 best men were proving far more competent at evasion and combat, having not lost a single man or woman, but the most chaotic element of all were the Kindred of Rot. For every person that they killed, a new rotted corruption was born. adding to their number. The militia, knights and sorcerers had beat a quick retreat into the academy to try and rout the infiltrators, but the number of terrified civilians was making the process of finding them very difficult. Swords and spears clashed in the hallways while sorcerers rained spellfire down from higher areas. It spoke a lot to the renovations that a large majority of the interiors were still intact. Boggart led the girls under his care through a pathway towards the path to the main thoroughfare, hoping to make their way up to Renalar's apartments and regroup with Rani, doubtless the safest place. Boggart led Irina by hand, his short sword in the other, while Selen kept a close hold on the despondent and fearful Millicent, who could practically feel her sisters breathing down her neck. Entering into the nexus, they were treated to the sight of half a dozen of the Redmanes armed with topes attempting to restrain Naruto's giant crawfish, lonely to get flung every which way. The great crustacean could not be subdued so easily and let out a mighty battle cry, clacking its pincers as it scuttled off after its attackers. Selen internally laughed at the show but kept her hand firmly in Millicent's. The redhead was better than she was before, but still afraid of her coming sisters. The academy had shaken again earlier from some kind of distant impact, but that left her in a quandary. Siege engines were pointless against the curtains to tranquility. "Sorceress Selen!" An angry voice bellowed from across the courtyard nexus. Selen's blood turned to ice in her veins. Millicent looked at her sister in worry, now muttering to herself. "Selen?" They all turned to the far door, their path to the apartments, and saw it was blocked by more of the Redmanes. And at their head was Jeren himself. He hadn't changed at all from when Selen had last seen him. He had the same red hood and unkempt beard that did nothing to hide the murderous look in his eyes as he looked at her. Boggart, in a surprising show of bravery, stepped in front of them all, short sword levelled. "Oi, dickhead! You want to get to them, you gotta go through me," he yelled in challenge. Selen looked at the iron-masked black guard in a new light at that. Jeren didn't even give Boggart a second glance, advancing on them all with his Zweihander drawn. "Foul witch, poisoner of waters, killer of children! You throw your lot in with the Witch Queen and claim the spot as her bastard daughter. I'll hang your blue-skinned corpse from the flagpole for the sake of my lord." The iron-masked warrior attacked, but Jeren caught the short sword on a bucker and knocked it wide. He followed up with a mailed haymaker to the side of Boggart's head that sent him reeling. "Get out of my way, you idiot! You don't know the monster that you're protecting." The words stung, hitting at this body's childish senses, even if she thought she had got them under control. But still she had to act. "Leave them alone, Castellan. Your quarrel is with me." That contemptuous voice. Jeren bared his teeth and Selen let go of Millicent's hand, a spark of magic jumping between their fingers. "Decades later, and I still crave to see you locked into a cell and prevented from ever returning to the Erd Tree." "Then take me and leave them be." "They're guilty by association." "This entire horror show ends today," Selen smirked. "You're finally as mad as you look, old man. And your form finally reflects the brat you have always been, Selen." He spat the words as if they were poison. He raised his sword to strike the child down, who looked up at him with defiance. "Ah, Jeren, so fond of your own voice." Selen smiled as a shadow fell over Jeren, blocking out everything else. Jeren sensed the bewitchment too late, because it had not come from Selen. "Well done, apprentice." Dispelling the sensory disruption, Jeren finally took notice of the great number of clicks behind him and looked up. Several angry beady eyes glared back. He whipped his sword around, but a great black claw caught it, snapping it in two before backhanding Jeren away. Selen took her moment and made a run for it, sprinting for the far door as fast as her little legs could carry her. "Selen!" Millicent called in alarm. "Make for the main lecture hall. You'll be safe there." "Jeren is after me and me alone!" Selen called back, firing a glintstone meteor at some of Jeren's men to knock them down some of Jeren's men that tried to make a run for her. "Flee, I say!" The maddened witch hunter was already back on his feet and chasing her, his much longer legs carrying him across the courtyard, even as Selen vanished through the doors. The crawfish chased after Jeren, smashing the doorway and separating the groups. In the confusion that followed, Boggart scooped Millicent into his arms, and they all began to make for the lecture hall instead. 0.0. 0.0. Naruto and German flew through the air, the glowing blonde gripping the older man's clothes with a wordless snarl. He created a Rasengan and made ready to drive it into German's chest, But the old man, with an insane showing of dexterity, maneuvered the burial blade into its path. The Rasengan expanded, engulfing both in a bloom of bright blue and sparkling gold chakra. German was knocked away from Naruto by the blast and span through the air, rigging himself and landing on an outcropping of rock. Naruto's landing was far less graceful, impacting on another outcropping and splitting it to a flat surface that he crouched on, cross-shaped pupils full of wrath. German did not pontificate or ruminate. There was no measuring to be had here, for Naruto roused in him that primal fear that one was coming at you with the intent to kill, dialed to an extent he had not felt since the old days. His power had proved just to eke out against Renala. For this, he would need something more. He drew the burial blade up and turned it towards himself, driving it into his own abdomen. Naruto's fanged visage flickered in confusion, but German's own one grin showed this was not an act of wanton self-destruction. He ripped the blade back out of him with a roar of his own, becoming wreathed in a pale green flaming glow and reforming his scythe. Naruto launched himself forwards, drawing both of his swords and launching twin crescents of black and green at German. German swung his scythe in an upwards arc, slicing the two energy attacks in half, sent passing by him to slice into the canyon wall. He turned the scythe and brought it down hard in a helm splitter, met by Naruto's twin return stroke. Power bloomed from the point of contact, an orb of conflicting energies forming around the two fighters who both growled at one another. Lightning discharged across the valley in 100 different shades and hues, superheating rock to glass. The air around the dome turned white from a sudden increase in air pressure. They three blades grinded against one another before finally German gave ground, detonating the force build-up in an airburst that pulverized the rocks surrounding them. German slashed. Naruto sliced. Hacks and thrusts danced between the two, a melee of blades not seen since the shattering. Two chakra arms burst from Naruto's back as he continued the blade dance. German had far more technique than him, but even with the sudden upswing in his power brought on by his self-mutilation-induced power-up, he was losing ground to Naruto's sheer power. Naruto wanted to push that gap further and created two Rasen shurikens. Two bear-like shrieks soon rent the air, one of the Rasen shurikens, its usual blue color with its white blades, while the other had a flaming core. The chakra arms turned the spinning blades to face German and pushed forwards, forcing him to break away from the medley. It was then that Naruto let them fly. "Chase!" he shouted, and the twin Rasen shurikens began to arc in their pursuit of the now retreating German. He linked from location to location, his lank hair whipped into a bowling curtain by the speed of the twinned jutsu as they pursued him. He jumped up to a tree and ran up a rock outcropping that both spinning attacks cut through before finally expanding, creating a flaming tornado. But German was not without recourse. As the rock beneath him began to disintegrate beneath the uncountable superheated blades of chakra, he dropped to his haunches and concentrated the totality of his physical might and arcane empowerment into his legs, the ground vibrating before he kicked off, shooting back towards the airborne Naruto as a relativistic piece of shrapnel. He turned, presenting his peg leg in a kick. The change was so sudden it caught Naruto flat-footed, and he cried out in pain when German's peg leg pierced him through the shoulder, sheathing itself to the stump of the old man's leg. The pain was great, but he gritted his teeth and empowered his fist with steam, countering with a crippling jab to German's gut that sent the first hunter away. Naruto gripped his shoulder in pain, hissing as he felt the golden layer of chakra already starting to seal the wound shut. But unaware to Naruto, his chakra arms were still out, now having branched into 6 fin-like wings that waved in the air behind him. However, German saw getting to his feet. He coughed up a gob of blood as he looked at Naruto. So this is the beast the will was so worried about. I can see why it might think so, he thought, not having felt such a blow since the first time he had been grabbed by an amygdala eons ago. But not a beast of your own making, boy. That will is pushing you down a path that will see the world think you its beast. I shan't let that happen. He didn't fully believe that. He knew he was incapable of bringing in game this big and had no reason to kill the blonde. But as short as it had been, he had grown fond of this second stab at life, and Hugh would be damned if he didn't give as good as he got. He spat out a tooth that Naruto's earlier blow had knocked loose and broke the scythe back to the gun and burial blade, and with a renewed roar of challenge continued to fight for his life. .0 0.0. Another bunch of strings was ripped free from Naruto's core, and Kurama was now actively chewing on the golden threads of light to tear them away from his partner. He knew that by now the voice could not speak to Naruto, but while he was busy pulling it free, it meant Kurama couldn't speak to him either. What this also meant was that the voice was still able to be heard by Kurama, much to his chagrin. Asinine vulpine. Creation of a false god cast down from heaven. Demiurge of a malformed creation from beyond the great will's light. Stop chewing on my strings! Kurama chuckled evilly at the thing's misery. It felt good to see its sanctimonious act break, because this thing had just slipped up and admitted something, that it wasn't the greater will, not the real one anyway. But that left the question of what was it. As Kurama continued to claw, gnaw, rip and tear, he saw more and more images that he knew were not his. He saw a world freshly made, its surfaces verdant and new. But as life crawled from primordial soup, the sky lit with two meteors falling from the heavens and landing with cataclysmic impacts. From one crater emerged an odd creature almost aquatic and spun from nebulae, and in its presence, the world seemed to warp. From the other crater crawled numberless giant hands, scuttling out into the wilderness away from something else. And then a voice spoke. It was like the other voice in its grandioseness, but held nothing of its dripping loathing for anything lower than it. I give unto this world I have made an Elden beast. A linchpin of reality. Find for me this world's apex race. They shall be stewards of this helix of heaven, of God and consort. And then everything shifted. The sun and moon wheeled through the sky as a flashing band, eons passing in seconds before a towering edifice in the heart of a storm. Dragons dotted every surface, and at their center was one with 5 heads, wrapped intimately around another who bore the sigil of the Elden ring. Hail, Dragon Lord Placidusa. Elden Lord, consort to the dragon god, king of all that is. The more familiar voice said, its tone dare Kurama call it happy. Time accelerated again, the tower becoming engulfed in flame as a horned dragon attacked the 5-headed dragon and robbed him of all but 2 of his heads as civil war rocked the dragons, leaving Dragon Lord Placidusax, without his god, fled into the night. On a hillside at the far ends of the war, the stellar Elden beast and the other looked up into the sky where a golden light turned. It is done then. Another failure. I had hopes for this world, but any that can permit disorder to create civil war is not worth direct oversight. I am leaving now. Do with this world what you will. Let the lessers from outside eat it, or let chaos take it. I shall simply try again somewhere else. The light began to recede into the heavens, and both the Elden beast and the other begged it to stay. But their pleas went unheard. Ages passed again, life continued on until eventually the other spoke. Its thoughts did, etched into time itself. If our Creator craves perfect order, then perfect order it shall have. Its system is still in place, the mechanisms of its waveforms unerring. I shall start again in our Lord's place, and when perfection under order is achieved, it will return. Ages passed again in a cyclical hell, the same patterns playing out again and again in different cycles. A god, host to the Elden Ring and their consort. When their regime and view of the world proved wanting, then another would rise to rip the ring from their still-living body and start over. Kurama saw so many, some playing out in different ways, different times. The same time even, and always were their fingers to ordain the next age. The other was one with the system now. Its mind had merged with it, sitting on the steps to the ivory tower, and it was playing all sides. Failure after failure. Never perfect. A crucible. A fire giant. A gloam-eyed queen and a queen eternal. And every time true order was found to be left wanting, the other grew that much more imperious. The greater will was gone. It had been long gone when the world was still young. What sat within the stars that arbitrated its lingering system may have been divine in its own way, but by Kurama's measure, it was still no true god. But at least now he knew its name. All of this shit, all of this suffering, all because your Creator abandoned you to the wolves. And instead of living, you made a tapestry of cyclic hell in some vain hope it would come back. By the sage, you are a black Zetsu on a cosmic scale, he roared, bellowing into the strings. .0, 0.0. Selin ran as fast as her childishly short legs could carry her, sprinting along the long hallways and acutely aware that her bearded pursuer was close at hand. She cursed the child's body she now inhabited and its diminished physical ability, rueing that Renala had yet to key her into the transportation functions within the academy. Maybe that was a sign that Renala didn't yet trust her wholeheartedly. And who was she kidding? Here she was, dashing through the halls of a place that for many years she had coveted rulership over, with the grim spectre of her past actions bearing down on her with the intent to kill. Actions, not mistakes. She had done all the things Jeren had accused her of and more in the attempt to gain the knowledge over the ancient primordial sorceries. She had long come to terms with the fact that she was not a good person. So why did it now burn in her chest? Why did her eyes grow moist at the thought of her new family rebuking her if the totality of her crimes came to light? Great stars, I've gone soft, she thought self-deprecatingly. The only advantage that Selin had here was that she knew the academy better than Jeren. While the Castellan and Witch Hunter had lived with the Carians and visited Raya Lucaria several times, Selin had spent most of her formative and early adult years here, sallying into the dark to learn its secrets. She didn't know as much as her adoptive mother or Rani, but she still knew cut-throughs and shortcuts. But as she ducked through a passageway hidden behind a tapestry, she knew she would never make it to the Queen's apartments. So she chose something else instead. Selin soon found herself at the large double doors of the library and quickly slipped inside. The doors were thick and heavy, and she retreated into the room's heart, beginning to set up as many magical defenses as she could devise. It was hampered from how utterly exhausted she was. Her feet ached, and she wished that Naruto hadn't forced her to start wearing them. A weirdly high number of people in this place seemed to hate wearing shoes. "What if you stub your toe, huh?" he had said to her, not noticing Renala standing behind him with an embarrassed blush. The mental image brought an amused smile to Selin. She liked Naruto. Not in any romantic way, because Stars knew the current family dynamics were already a mess, but his bashful and goofy demeanor paired with his underlying fire was something that made her feel safe in his presence. Was that an effect of the greater runes he held, or some innate, intangible goodness that he had? Her own biological father certainly never had. When Naruto Uzumaki grinned brightly from memories of darkness, surrounded by the hodgepodge of eclectic family he had assembled around himself from hauntingly tragic queen to Selin's own apprentice sister, the sorceress had to admit, "This is the best family I've ever had." Bangs against the doors started up in earnest. Jeren's angry grunts on the other side as he decried her for every single bad thing she had ever done, laying them at her feet and making her mentally wilt. Finally, the doors were shoved open, and Selin unleashed her attacks. Hundreds of small glintstone shards blitzed across the room from all angles, peppering the one who stumbled through the door like a pincushion. He staggered, inches-long bladed needles punching through armor and flesh, smashing into the floor with enough force to kick up a small cloud of dust. The feather-haired youth panted lightly as the figure stumbled forwards towards her, finally coming out of the dust looking like a voodoo doll. It was difficult to even make out his face under his red hood. Only that he didn't have a beard. Jeren burst out of the dust cloud behind his fallen patsy, weathering Selin's renewed assault as best he could, but his momentum carrying him to where the little girl stood. He roughly grabbed her by the throat and they tumbled to the ground together. One of her attacks had severed his Achilles tendon, and a long, icy spike had frozen the other calf. "Snake!" he rasped angrily, keeping the child pinned down as he glared. She glared back at him. Even with the younger face, he could never forget those eyes. "Sorceress Selin, your death is long overdue." That isn't who I am anymore," Selin defended, the vice-like grip on her neck painful. The response made Jeren scowl in an ugly way. "Hiding at the Witch Queen's skirts trying to start over? Tripe! So long as I live, none shall forget the evil you wrought for centuries." Selin squinted, gritting her teeth. "Not anymore," she struggled. "I am my father's daughter." "You are fatherless, and by day's end, the blonde shall be maidenless. You are a hypocrite, silly you if you think otherwise. Only I remain unchanged. For my general." And then Jeren began to squeeze. Selin's struggles grew stronger, fear seizing her as the two mailed gauntlets slowly but surely constricted her windpipe. In the absence of his sword, the witch hunter had chosen a much more intimate form of execution. Selin struggled as hard as she could, But as the seconds ticked by, she found her vision starting to become ringed in grey, dominated by the angry old man's face. She tried to suck in air that barely reached her lungs. As her synapses began to spark in frustration and terror, a memory of long ago began to bubble to the surface. Long ago when she had felt just as frustrated, but for very different reasons. Selen glared down at the small scroll on the desk in front of her. It was covered in a simple thaumaturgic circle, meant to help gather and focus magical energy. She was young back then, as young as her current body was in the present. She pouted in frustration, sat as she was at the front of the class. "Little Raven's Feather," a sweet and nurturing voice said, causing Selen to look up into the face of Renala, attired in her headmistress's raiment. This was an advanced class for those who showed a special promise at greatness in the sorcery arts. "Do not scowl at the parchment, for it hath done nothing to thee." Chortles of her fellow students went around the room from the other students, and Selen hissed at them angrily. Renala favoured her with a thoughtful look and leant over the desk. She gently took hold of Selen's hand and brought it over the circle. "Start small. Imagine a single mote of glintstone, a chip of the firmament. Then build off of it. Do not force the magic together with your internal logic. Let it form, then guide it." The Selen of the past focused angrily on the point where her hand was, and for a while nothing happened until finally, when she let go of her angry focus, there was a spark. The blue light lit the space between her and the queen. A single speck of glintstone that began to slowly grow in size, lengthening into a pointed ellipsoid crystal until finally Renala made her close hands around it. "You see, little Raven's Feather," the full moon queen said, smiling at her student who no longer wore her bratty attitude, "do not prolong what had gone awry. If you can, start over, because second chances are gifts shinier than any stone." Selen marvelled at the object in her hand, and finally, showing her age, she lifted it into the air to show off to the other students. Schlick! Pressure on Selen's neck suddenly lessened. She suckied air in through her mouth greedily as her vision returned from the inky blackness it had almost been, looking again into Jeren's bearded visage. But it was different now, still angry but lapsing to one side in confusion. She felt something warm and wet hit her face and took notice of the redness slowly expanding through his scraggly beard. But there was a blue light behind the beard that drew her eye. Seeing what it was made her eyes widen. A 6-inch-long ellipsoid-shaped glintstone crystal, buried into Jeren's throat and her little pale hand wrapped around its base. His hands twitched, trying to resume the strangle, but he coughed wetly, the blood intensifying, and Selen reflexively pushed away, causing the old man to roll off of her. She backpedaled away as he vainly attempted to crawl after her before finally, with his angry eyes fixed onto hers, he slumped to the floor. He did not rise again. She stayed there, staring at the slowly cooling body of the man who had so doggedly pursued her for so many years. The last tie to who she had once been. And she had killed him. The last kill of her old life, the first kill of the new. She began to chuckle hollowly, her shoulders shaking as the laughter turned quickly into racking sobs of emotional exhaustion. Footfalls outside the door could be heard, and Moongrum came rushing into the room, sword drawn. He swept the room with his gaze before settling on Jeren and Selen. He gasped at the sight of the old Castellan and once friend, but saw that Selen was in a bad way. He kneeled beside the old man, laying in a pool of his own blood, and turned him over gently before brushing his eyes closed. Then he went to Selen and picked her up, nor resisting when she wrapped her arms around his shoulder and began to sob harder. After all, he was the family retainer. It was his job to guard a princess, even if it was from pains of the mind. 0.0. Naruto flew forward, sweeping between trees, the water and rocky outcroppings in his pursuit of Gurman. The chakra arms come wings that splayed out behind his back twitched and adjusted minutely, giving him a supreme aerial dexterity that he had never felt before. Gurman had no true flight and instead relied on his prodigious bodily power, buffed by his earlier power bloom. The more blood that Naruto spilled, the stronger the man seemed to get. However, with the exception of the earlier stab through the shoulder and one or two quickly healed slashes, Naruto had taken leagues less hits than Gurman, and the longer the battle went on, the more blows Gurman was receiving. In short, Naruto was going to win. It was a foregone conclusion, but the old man would not yield the ground without viscous reprisal. Naruto came in from on high with a twin overhead cleave with both of his swords. They were blocked by the burial blade and gun combo, but no blade lock persisted for German fired the weapon blocking the moonlight greatsword, the buck of recoil making a spat between them. Naruto stepped in to thrust with Kaimon, but German shifted to the side, putting the grey curved blade between them and sparking along it as he came at Naruto. The flat of the blade rubbed against German's blooded clothes, gaining a sheen of redness. The blonde gritted his teeth and channeled his chakra externally, heating it with steam release. A cloud of high-pressure superheated vapor exploded off of him in an omnidirectional dome, hoping to scald the old man away from his attack. German leapt backwards from the expanding cloud and quickly punched his bloodied burial blade. Esoteric power thrummed within the sanguine water of life, igniting to a bright orange flame that covered the blade. He held it aloft before jamming it into the ground in front of him with a yell of exertion. The flames leapt from the blade to German himself, searching out the blood that covered his body and growing more explosively potent with every drop, soon a conflagration expanding out from him to grind against Naruto's steam. Both domes of superheated substances ground against one another before petering out, leaving both fighters across from each other. Both could not have looked any different. Naruto alight in golden splendor, untouched by the damage with a face like thunder. German covered in endless smoking cuts and gashes, looking as if he had never had so much fun in his life. They did not exchange barbed words or witty quips. They simply clashed again and again, one seeking to take a life and the other wanting to keep it. It was the sight that Renala came upon as she finally flew over the wall of the plateau that sectioned off this canyon, zooming in on the conflict still a fair distance away. Rasen shurikens, Rasengan flashes and crescent slashes of black and green wheeled through the air, cutting down anything in their path like a scythe threshing wheat. She heard Naruto roar in animalistic rage as German scored a hit and frowned. She may have thought that the aged interloper was a pain in the neck, but when given the chance to kill her, he had actively avoided it. In point of fact, the only reason Naruto had so violently rushed the first hunter was because Renala had been on her knees in tears from the revelations of her returned memories. Doubtless, he had sensed her feelings and thought the old man was to blame. And that didn't sit right with Renala. Sure, he had been dispatched to try to kill her by the greater will, but he was mostly innocent in the whole debacle. An opportunistic and prickly asshole that had taken advantage of Jiren's axe to grind with her, but still. And Naruto was going at him with the intent to kill. She had to intervene before Naruto did something he would not be able to forgive himself for. There were plenty of others that righteous anger could be directed at. And oh, stars above, she could name one that had jumped right to the top of her proverbial shit list. Without the unseen pale gold static playing over her memories, Renala could now recall quite clearly a contributing figure to her suffering, and it boiled her blood as it played out again and again in her head. It had been shortly after the shattering had begun, and Renala had been deep in her initial grief at Rani's supposed death. She had been in her library clutching the gold egg that was the great rune of unbirth, Radagon's parting gift before leaving to confine his sister self to the Erd Tree. She was an emotional wreck, but not yet fully in her madness. But then she had heard a call for her attention, of a small delegation arriving at Rea Lucaria. Initially she had thought it could have been an assault force, but her curiosity had been roused when she had seen the banners on the side of the carriage. The mark of the Halig Tree. It was in her library, sat by the fire, that the speaker had come, and the last time Renala of the Full Moon ever laid eyes upon Miquella the Kind. The forever young Empyrean had said he was sorry for her loss and offered comforting words of her strength in the face of grief. But as they had talked, their conversation had quickly shifted to the blonde's curiosity. All of his questions soon revolved around one topic: the Land of Shadows. Child of the Halig Tree, why do you ask about that accursed place? The Hornsent are long cowed, my sister Ralana stands vigil with noble Mesmer, she had said so very long ago. He had turned to look at her and smiled, full moon queen of Carrier. You have my eternal respect. You stood in defiance of my parents and showed compassion to your enemy. But the Lunar Princess discovered something foul about this flesh. For the path to be clear for my rule, I must be rid of it and ascend to godhood my own way. But should the Halig Tree fail, as I fear it will, then the Land of Shadows shall be my path, and none shall block it. She gritted her teeth at the memory of the little shit's pale gold light falling over her. Forget that place, beyond the edge of the world. Forget everything to do with it. of clan and kin. I leave you to your lonely vigil, and when the world is ushered to the age of compassion, you will know sorrow no more. My gift to you, mother of my promised consort. He'd charmed her. Michaela the Kind had charmed her to forget everything to do with the lands of shadow, including her own twin sister. That was a sin deserving of death, not German's hunt. Renala schooled her features and flew faster towards the battle, her heart set on saving her betrothed. 4.0, 0.0. The battle had taken a turn for the better for the defenders. Loretta had taken the vanguard and smashed the bulk of the Redmanes attacking the tent city by the shore, with the scant remaining forces within the floating city being systematically taken out by Rani's long-distance spellcraft. Without Jeren to lead them, his 20 best men were taking heavy casualties to Moongrum's men, while Blade was bringing the hammer down on the now routed recusants. The only group who remained at large were the Kindred of Rot and their steadily growing number of malformed horrors. Irina carried the squirming Millicent in her arms as they crossed the threshold into the main lecture hall, with Boggart shutting and barring the doors behind them. He quickly began pushing desks, chairs, and anything that was not nailed down against the door to barricade it shut. Once he had pushed anything and everything he could manage against the door, he took a moment to get his breath back. But then it began, thumping against the doors. Many dozens of pairs of arms angrily thumping against the door with more and more force, causing the great doors to bow ominously. "They're just outside," Millicent warned, sensing her sisters just beyond the door. She pulled herself free from Irina's grip to stand on her own 2 feet. Splinters began to fly before the door finally gave way. Misshapen people crawled over the edges, their skin a blotchy scarlet, shambling to get in. Boggart drew his short sword and put himself between him and his charges. He was perplexed when the rotted infected did not initially attack him, instead pulling the barricade apart to allow the doors to pen fully. Millicent gasped as the rot within her sang a song of reunion. The 4 sisters stepped into the room, lacking their cloaks and donning clothes she herself had once worn. They smiled at her sickeningly. "Sister," Mary the eldest greeted sweetly, "we have come to take you home." "I am home," Millicent replied bravely, stilling the quivering in her shoulders. "Leave now." The response caused the sisters to scoff. Some wrinkled their noses in derision and others giggled dementedly. Pollyanna drew her blade of calling from its sheath and weighed it in her hand. Such a brat, denying the way of the rot. Millicent glowered at her youngest sister. "I chose to try and find a path for myself, not as an offshoot of Mother. A person. I stumbled, I fell, but I found it." "What tripe?" Maureen sneered, rot dripping from the tip of her spear. "This is nothing but a transient dream. All eventually comes to rot, and when we rot together at Haligtree, Mother shall wake and bloom thrice, ushering the world into the age of rot." "Mother never wanted that," Millicent raged, her eyes glowing gold. "How can any of us know what Motamalania wanted? She has been asleep long before any of us were born. What you hear in your heads is the rot, and it does not care for us." All 4 scowled, the rot within them spitting recitations at Millicent's rebuke. Amy gestured for the rotted to attack, and they came forwards in a shambling mass, only to meet a deadly blackguard in their path. Big Boggart plunged his short sword into the heart of the first rotted, took an arm off the second, and cut the throat of the third. Irina pulled Millicent away to the back of the hall as Boggart put on a display of the totality of his martial prowess. He was no master blade dancer. He took slashes and claws across the chest, but one by one he chopped the infected down to offal, leaving him bleeding and panting before the fresh sisters. "Impudent man," Mary sneered, raising her halo scythe to point its bladed tip and the now swaying iron-masked man. "Who are you to stand in our path?" "Me, name's Big Boggart. And to be perfectly honest, I got no clue why I'm here," he said between pants, trying to will the pain in his body away. "I should be sitting by a church somewhere cooking shrimp." "What are you, Shut the hell up!" Boggart cut Mary off with finality. "You asked me a question, so I'm going to give you the answer. I'm a blackguard, and not a very good one. Frankly, my life has been just a bit shit for a very long time, especially after that bloody blonde bastard and his little munchkin walked into it." He stood a little straighter and took a steadying breath. "Everything about Naruto annoys me. From his happy-go-lucky attitude to the fact the world seems to warp around him so he gets his way. But ever since I've met him, I've been able to make a home, hold down a job, rub shoulders with legends and eat dinner with people who have my back. He looked over his shoulder at the blindfolded Irina. Even met someone I love? Irina gasped in shock, hands flying to her mouth cutely. Boggart returned his look to the sisters. And that's why I'm not letting you get any further. This family is messed up and weird, but it is mine. You may kill me. You'll probably hack my body to pieces and feed what's left to the loathsome dung-eater. A subtle sound of creaking came from the ceiling high above, and Irina looked up, following the sound to what would have been a window had she been able to see. The blackguard raised his sword, every ounce of strength and courage still in him shining bright. But if you think I'll go down without swinging, you've got another thing coming. That's how much I care for my family. How about you? Amy ground and ran forwards, longing both of her curved words for Boggart's chest. A streak of black shot down from above at lightning speed, smashing into the ground in front of Amy. She jumped backwards and looked up to see the long shaft of an obsidian-coloured scythe buried into the lecture room floor. Well said, Master Blackguard, a rich old voice said from the ceiling. All capable of sight, whipped around to look up and see a dark form standing in front of the now open window, a matching scythe in his other hand. Sir Ansbach leapt down into the lecture hall and landed in front of Boggart. He pulled his other obsidian scythe from the ground and levelled it at the Sisters of Rot. Mary grabbed her hair and screamed in annoyance. "What is it with old men and scythes on this trip?" she shouted almost comically. Ansbach sniffed in amusement. "I couldn't tell you, but on my honour as a knight, I say unto you all, you shan't harm a hair on their heads." Engard! Any illusion that his advanced age would be a hindrance were discarded when Ansbach blitzed forwards in a spin of black blades, his wide, sweeping arcs working to push the kindred of Rot back. They got over their surprise and began to clash against him, Mary and Maureen's longer weapons working well to leverage distance, while the other two tried to flank the old captain. Their hands extended and fired their sticky webs of rotted substance from their fingertips. Ansbach dropped his haunches to slide under the attack, kicking the shaft of one of his scythes to block a joint attack from Mary and Maureen. He pricked his other palm on a thorn built into his other scythe and threw a small arc of blood around him, quickly turning in a blood flame that exploded against all four of his attackers. The Pale Blood Knight gave them no respite or quarter, leaping out of the smoke and slashing dozens of attacks at the two younger sisters who wheeled away from him. A sticky string of rot caught him in the shoulder from behind, but it instantly caught fire and was repelled from his body. "What?" Mary demanded, feeling the rot recoil instinctively from the flames. How could simple fire repel the rot? "Ah, but there you are wrong," Ansbach chortled, throwing an orb of blood flame at the other scythe wielder, who rolled out of the way. "I studied with the fire sages in my youth, learning how to meld their curing fire into Lord Morg's blood flame. It is no cure, but a fine panacea when fighting your ilk." The battle continued, with Ansbach corralling the four girls into the centre of the room. Running rings wound them with his own blood, slowly drawing a loose circle onto the floor. With a foreign proclamation in a different language, red rings surrounded the tips of his black blades for but a moment. With a whirl, he kicked the flat of Maureen's scythe into the path of Mary's halo scythe, then planted a boot atop both, driving them into the floor before hooking the shoulders of the two younger girls. "Quinker!" A second ring, and he pulled the scythes back, raking cuts across the two younger sisters' backs. As they came forwards, he stepped fully onto the twin polearms and delivered a roundhouse kick that caught the chins of all four kindred of Rot. They were sent stumbling back into the centre of the bloody circle. "Quator!" A third ring above his twin scythes that he brought high into the air. "Quator!" he announced again, sparking both black blades against one another. "Quator!" The glow around the weapons intensified, and he finally brought them down, sinking into the bloody ring he had painted on the floor. "Yuri Clara!" Fire burst from the point of impact, igniting the entire ring surrounding the four women and enveloping them in a pillar of blood flame that climbed to the ceiling. The four women screamed, barely heard over the scorching flames before finally they fell silent. Boggart and Millicent watched slack-jawed from the sidelines as the flames slowly but surely abated, leaving nothing but a charred pile of rags. Ansbach looked at the pile of rags before moving over to the three survivors. He dipped his head in greeting, focusing on Millicent. "Might you be the Princess Melina's sister?" Millicent pulled her eyes away from the scraps of burnt cloth and looked at the black-attired old knight. Yes. Good," he nodded. "Then my chivalry is preserved. I have business with your father." Well, different business with what I had set out here for, but still, he mused with a snort. At least I don't have to kidnap someone like that dunderhead Ver, or... They all turned when a noise emerged from the pile of clothing, but it was not the pained cries of the immolated, instead the inquisitive coos of the young. Pale and chubby hands pushed out of the burnt robes, and Ansbach did a double take at the 4 apparent toddlers, now sat in place of the rotted kindred, looking around them in innocent curiosity. Though the mask hid the noble knight's visage, they could have sworn he blinked. Most unexpected. Irina and Boggart deadpanned as one. You get used to it. I suppose I shall. Millicent squeaked in surprise, golden eyes wide. What witchcraft is this? Chapter 18. Conversations under a cloudy sky. The bedroom in the Renelars' apartments was pleasantly cool once the sun set. Evening had ushered into night, and the restful space was mostly at peace save for the figure that turned slightly beneath the sheets. Naruto tossed and turned for several more minutes before finally letting out a sigh of defeat and looking up at the canopy of his and Renelar's 4-poster bed. He sat up slowly, his eyes adjusted to the half-light of evening very quickly, revealing familiarly luxurious sights. Nothing out of place, save for a simple fact. The lack of Renelar. It didn't worry the blonde shinobi because he knew in all likelihood where she was, but that didn't mean he wasn't missing her pleasantly cool yet warming presence, nestled up against him in bed. He rolled his eyes wryly as he realized how much things had changed since coming to this world. But a sense of listlessness washed over him like a fine mist as he realized how many things had happened in such a short time. Jaren's ill-fated assault on the capital of Neo-Korea had the potential to become something horrid given the amount of parties that had taken advantage of it. The Gelmir recusants, German and the Daughters of Rot had cast a terrifying shadow over the burgeoning nation, but the bonds they had made in such a short time had quickly banished the shadows with an almost miraculously little bloodshed. And that wasn't hyperbole in the slightest. With an invading force of less than 150, the unlikely enemies had failed to inflict major casualties comparable to their numbers, with the recusants and daughters taking the lion's share of the lives. But even then, the casualties had been less than 50 on the defenders' side. Once Naruto had woken up from his well-deserved nap from the battle with the first hunter, he had been quick to send out his shadow clones to assess damages. The curtains of tranquility had stymied most of the damage to the floating city, and what damage had been done could quickly be put right by the construction golems that had been working non-stop since the day after the battle. The majority of actual damage was done to the now-torched tent city on the lakeside when the Redmanes had burned it. But in a telling showing of his new responsibility as a sovereign leader, or at least viewed as one by the populace, Naruto had seen this as good a sign as any to speed up moving families and refugees into the quickly expanding housing. While he had been tearing his hair out at the prospect of being given a mountain of paperwork in order to get it to work, he was surprised when Rani and Iji stepped up to the plate to handle those matters. And people began filling their new floating homes at a truly astonishing rate. Most of them because a lot of what they brought with them got torched by those assholes. Naruto grimaced. It was unsettling to consider how happily the Redmanes had gone from adventuring heroes trying to do what's right for a great man into trying to burn people alive in their beds just because a charismatic leader didn't care about their means while he achieved his own agenda. Maybe he could have done more? The smart part of his brain scolded him that he had been focused on German at the time, as well as somewhat annoyed at the same time. Somewhat annoyed, who had completed the total demotion of his fiancée's childhood home as a byproduct. His lips quirked up into a wan smile at his own understatement. He felt guilty at how easily he had been roused into a rage, but at least the Redmanes had met their end. Loretta had brought the vanguard on them in a cavalry charge that had threshed them like wheat. Whatever skill, martial or magical, they had had was paltry before the former Knight of Carrier's greatbow and war sickle. I just wish she handled the conversation afterwards better, he thought. The second-hand account from Moongrum had not painted the most positive picture of her reaction. But how would he have handled knowing someone he had sworn himself to was a twisted little scumbag? If it turned out Kakashi or Jiraiya were just using him as a means to an end, while promoting their own wants, hidden behind a veneer of faux prosperity, manipulations, and unfulfilled promises. Piss the hell off, he'd imagine. Naruto reached over to the side of the bed and prodded a lamp that lit with a glint-son light, casting the room in ghostly blue. Probably shouldn't think about hypotheticals too hard. Keep focused on what's actually happened since the battle. He refocused thoughts, and for once he was glad that Kurama was leaving him to draw his own conclusions. And there was a lot more to think about once the battle had wrapped up. Mopping up the rotted creatures that the sisters had made was a systematic job that had needed his help to sense and drive them into a corner before killing. Along with destroying the abductor maiden the recusants had used to sneak into Raya Lucaria in the first place. Then came the matter of their new tenants. Gurman had been given a small quarters in the academy grounds under watch while he recovered and hadn't come out, except for offering what little he knew about his now ex-patron. The daughters of the Rot, however. Flashback? Ooh, Tilda, aren't thou just the cutest sweetings in all the lands? Renala squealed happily, lifting the now toddler-aged Mary high into the air. The little redhead's gold eyes were a spitting image of Millicent's and matched the other three. Habradoo! The toddler burbled in confusion-tinged happiness, flailing her pudgy limbs in the dark blue and red toddler's dress that Irina had been able to find. Somehow. Naruto didn't pretend he knew how the partially sighted Castellan's daughter was so deft at finding clothes when Renala could just magic them up with a snap of her fingers, but she had found them all the same. They're kinda cute, yeah, Naruto said tiredly for the 7th time that hour. He bounced the two sisters, Pollyanna and Amy, on his knee, causing them to giggle to themselves. Are you sure that they'll be fine, father? Rani pitched in, making shapes with her two upper hands for little Maureen, who was laying in a large bassinet. I hath a firm understanding of the unalloyed needle and experience with how to suppress issues of the flesh. The rot shan't blight them. Still, Sir Ansbach's work with the fire was remarkable. Yes, Naruto mused before starting to pull funny faces at the two he had been saddled with. They giggled like little cherubs, and he felt a warmth tickle in his chest. Looking up at Renala, her hair down and playing with her new children, Naruto came to a decision. Fate may have conspired to make him a magnet for this sort of thing, but he was beginning to grow very fond of it. Very yes. A curt flashback end. I just wish she would actually sleep in our bed, instead of being so caught up playing with them all, that she goes to sleep with them. Naruto commiserated to the empty room. He blew a lock of spiky blonde hair out of his eyes from slowly lengthening bangs. They had been growing for some time now, and knew that were he to look into the mirror, he might be forgiven for seeing his father's lion mane staring back at him. The smile on his lips thinned to a thoughtful frown as he finally hit upon the two biggest revelations that had been plaguing him these past weeks. Miquella the not-so-kind, and the reveal that the greater will had not been part of this world for a very, very long time. And what remained piloting its system was not a god by any stretch of the imagination. As of right now, the truth was only known to a very few number of people given the theological and social ramifications that God pissed off and what you think is God hates you, had the potential to reignite fires and spread them across the whole lands between. Naruto had never been overly religious, and that was perhaps why the reveal had not been as earth-shattering for him, but even he knew that religion could drive even the most well-adjusted people to commit horrors beyond count. Rani had looked vindicated, while the sorcerers amongst them were deeply intrigued, while Millicent, bless her, felt doubly relieved. The religious amongst their number had needed to sit down and absorb the news with Loretta having to go out on a long ride when hit with the double whammy of Miquella's true colours, and Matter being the one running the show. Personally, Naruto hated anyone and anything that manipulated the multitude to misery, especially if the end goal was short-sighted and selfish, because then intent could not be used as a paltry defense, and he was very ticked off that the Mother of Fingers had tried to manipulate him and others into hurting those he cared for. But right now, Naruto was just missing the fact he wasn't currently snuggled up with his fiancée and future wife. Throwing the sheets back, he stepped into a pair of slippers and pulled on a dressing gown. Perhaps a moonlit walk was in order? Linux break. Contrary to what Naruto had expected, there was no moon to be seen hanging over the capital of Neo Korea. Instead, the heavenly tapestry was obscured by a thick bank of impenetrable night clouds. Its dark countenance only slightly offset to a breath of grey from the scores of stars trying to cast their light down onto the lands between. It didn't overly bother him as he walked through the halls with the little glowstone lamp in hand, like a candle, the sound of his slippers tapping lightly on the hard masonry underfoot. He had come a long way from his former sleeping arrangements in Konoha, at least the ones before Pan had flattened the village. He still missed his old nightcap and would take it over the slippers, but at least the new digs were far superior. In retrospect, when he really thought about it, his original apartment hadn't been the worst thing in Konoha, despite what many seemed to think. Rather, it was ill-suited for a growing young boy with nothing but a monthly stipend for food to properly take care of. Naruto didn't hold it against Hiruzen. Not truly. Had he more time to speak with the old man during the war, he probably would have punched him in the gut, but that would be about it. Had the old man made poor decisions? Gods above, yes. But if he hadn't made those decisions, then Naruto wouldn't be where he was right here and now. And given the splendor waiting outside of the window, Naruto considered the matter about even. Exiting out onto a walkway high up within the academy to take a scenic route to where he knew Renala was most likely to be, Naruto peeked over the side to see the goings-on below. While the academy itself was mostly deserted and lacking in activity, it was still pleasantly lit enough for the blonde to make out construction golems, finishing off any repairs and starting expansion work. His vision drifted to the floating city that orbited the great academy like a constellation. Many of the dotted lattices now lit from within at the many dozens, if not hundreds, of families that now occupied their new homes. As far as views of one's home went, it was up there with the best when compared to Konoha. I wonder if it's cloudy right now, back in Konoha, Naruto silently wondered to himself as he looked again at the uncertain sky. A beat passed before he caught something odd about his chain of thoughts. At what point had he started referring to Raya Lucaria as his home and not Konoha? He sniffed in curious amusement. You know I can only take so much wistfulness from your mind before I have to talk, right? Kurama rumbled from the back of Naruto's mind, sounding as if he had just been roused from a pleasant nap, his words carrying that blunted point of annoyance that he had been enjoying his rest. And I think it's summer back in the Land of Fire. Take from what you will about what the sky looks like back there. Naruto shook his head at the attempt to be nonchalant. He could practically feel the snark dripping from the fox's vulpine muzzle. But still, his mind pondered. Hey, Kurama. The mightiest Biju quested. Moments passed as the other tried to put his questions in the simplest possible terms. Do you think we could try to reach out to back home through the Biju's link? Find out what's going on or at least tell him we're okay? Oh, I did that 2 months ago. No. Naruto came to a complete stop, blinked once, twice, and then thrice before exploding with a what? 2 minor construction golems that were moving boxes deep below looked up at him briefly before returning to their mindless work. Kurama plugged his long rabbit-like ears until the violently loud exclamation came to an end. You don't have to yell. But yes, I contacted the others a few months back now. Everything in Konoha is going well, according to Gyuki. Kakashi gave you an official leave of absence, and Sasuke is looking for a way to find this world. All good. Tick marks covered Naruto's head as the veins at his temples throbbed something awful. When he replied to Kurama, his thoughts came in a strained tone. And you didn't think that maybe I'd want to know about that? Well, to start, need I remind you that I don't overly like talking to my siblings. Shukaku has the personality of crushed glass and a voice a close second. Son Goku has a chip on his shoulder the size of the Hokage rock, and the others just want to keep to themselves. Kurama explained, his words painting a colourful picture of why he read to avoid chatting to most of his siblings, despite having the ability to at any moment, if he so chose. Naruto face-faulted at the banal explanation and resumed his walk, taking time to digest what Kurama had said before. At least things did seem to be okay back in Konoha. But the casualness of how he had talked about Sasuke implied that finding him was not a top priority. As if watching the gears turn in Naruto's head, Kurama leapt on that conclusion and pushed on. It's because you're happy here, Naruto. Recent invasions and deity-based revelations aside, you're as happy here as I've ever seen you. You have a place to live, people who stand beside and behind you, and, as sickeningly sweet as it may come across at times, a burgeoning family that all love you and you love them. Why would I want to screw that up? Whisker-marked cheeks were dusted with pink as Kurama's words filled Naruto with a fuzzy warmth. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. I don't know what to say. You talk too much as is, so maybe silence is golden. Piss off. Naruto immediately spat back good-naturedly. Chuckles growled from the back of his head, and Kurama began to settle back into his nap. You've got things to do, sure, but just this once, why don't you just kick up your feet and enjoy the peace? If you have a priority, maybe you should decide in what it is now that worry has been laid to rest. Silence reigned between them as Naruto felt Kurama retreat deeper into his subconscious, returning to his nap. But he did leave Naruto in a moment of pondering. If home was here and going back to Konoha was not an issue, then what was his top priority now? The cloudy sky offered no answers. Wharf, 0.0, 0.0. The long and meandering walk continued, the glintstone lamp a lone will-o'-the-wisp in the gloomy parts of the many ramparts and walkways that Naruto was taking to get where he needed. He enjoyed it because physical actions usually went hand in hand with his ability to think and ponder on things. But soon enough, he would find himself not alone on a midnight stroll. Turning a corner onto a walkway that opened up onto a balcony, Naruto spotted a figure clad in long dark robes, helm and a blood-red gem pinned at his chest. The man was leaning against the balcony to oversee the stillness of the air, the lights from below highlighting the intricate designs in his helmet that he wore, even when not on the battlefield. Hearing Naruto's approach, the man turned slowly to face Naruto, raising a gloved hand in greeting as he pushed off the balcony to address him. Naruto waved in kind. Ansbach, he greeted warmly. While they had not interacted much in the past weeks since the Pale Blood Knight had taken up residence with them, he made sure to be nice to the man who had saved his friends and loved ones. Ah, Lord Naruto. Taking in the night air as well, I see. Ansbach greeted in his refined and aged voice, the ideal vision of a knight. Something like that, yeah. Naruto leaned against the balcony next to Ansbach and set his lamp down beside him. Renala's probably sleeping with the kids, and I needed the walk to clear my head. A fair choice in such troubling times, Ansbach conceded, now both looking out over Raya Lucaria. They fell into a peaceful silence for a while, simply watching the world go by before Naruto finally broke it. I know I thanked you before, but again, thanks for saving people here. You didn't have to, but chose to. That means a lot in my book. Naruto complimented the older gentleman. Your praise is appreciated, Lord. Ansbach dipped his head respectfully, but any knight worth their salt should do the same. Naruto hummed, hearing the very well-hidden emotion in the bearded man's words. There was a frustration there, he could tell. Boggart and Arena would be dead if not for you, you know that, right? Perhaps, but I'd say that the Sublagard acquitted himself remarkably well, and the sobriquet of love was something out of a storybook that inspired me to become a knight long ago. Don't tell him that, his head will swell up in that iron mask he loves so much. Naruto chortled, drawing a sniff of amusement from Ansbach. They continued to trade belated thank yous and pleasantries before both resumed their walk. A sedate pace, they worked closer to the matter at hand. I'm sure you must be curious of what originally brought me to Raya Lucaria, Ansbach stated plainly. Naruto gave a slow nod before replying, I knew we'd get there eventually, but so far, you hadn't shown any sign of doing anything stupid. Well, then I can count my decorum for that much, at least. Yes, the Pale Blood Knight admitted, before turning to look at Naruto, who could just make out the other's eyes through the slits in his helm. As I have said, I am captain of the Pale Blood Knights of Lord Morg, a son of Marika and Godfrey, omen and disparaged and prophet to the formless mother. The creepy blood-obsessed goddess Naruto identified from what Renala had explained to him about the various outer gods. Ansbach drew his robes up on him, his feather ruffled by the brusque generalization. While I don't care for such crass terminology, that is the shape of things. And Lord Morg is one of the demigods chosen by an outer god. Lord Morg may be unpleasing to the eyes and ears, but his actions are not to disparaged. He grimaced. Or at least they didn't used to be. There was so much emotion and frustration in Ansbach's words that told Naruto this was something he had been agonizing over for a long time, possibly decades, if not centuries, given how aging worked in the lands between. Lord Morg and Us Pale Blood Knights have long since acquired a poor reputation of monsters and blood-parched tyrants, but it wasn't always like that. The Formless Mother is a goddess of blood who extols shared pain, but she is a patron and protector of the outcasts and oppressed. There was a time long ago that the Pale Blood Knights would act to protect those persecuted by the Eternal's prejudices, like the Omen or Misbegotten. But before the shattering, something changed. Naruto listened, reminded of how well-meaning groups could be perverted towards evil by tragedy or charismatic leaders with darker plans. Obito's manipulations and Nagato's grief had turned the once great Akatsuki into a terrorist organization that had resulted in the deaths of nearly 50,000 people in the Fourth Shinobi World War. Gloved fingers touched the large red gem fastened to his chest, probably a mark of office, Naruto guessed. Before the shattering, Lord Morg began to grow very appreciative of Mikella the Kind. Naruto scowled at mention of that little toe rag. Your grimace shows what I feel. Where, once we protected those beyond the light of the Golden Order, Miquella's Halig tree rose to cover that, and in its shadow, it became more about sharing out pain than it did saving people. Thinking back on what Renala had told him about her returned memory, things quickly clicked into place. You think Miquella may have charmed Morg? I believe so, yes. Ansbach confirmed before reaching out a hand and touching Naruto's shoulder. Lord Morg sent me to here because he said that the formless mother had appeared to him, and that you, along with Miquella, would join in the birth of his new dynasty. Your compliance was not needed. Revulsion twisted in Naruto's guts. The implication was cleared, and the fact that Miquella may have been responsible for it pushed him much higher up on Naruto's shit list. That's the voice of a man who's come to his senses. Justice and evil exist in a grey mist, but Miquella the Kind has driven my lord to live without his dignity for centuries. If his inclinations for bedmates are as such, then so be it. But to twist a once noble man and his followers against their will into this now, that cannot be forgiven. Naruto absorbed the words and swallowed thickly. Well, I'm glad you changed your mind, he said somewhat sheepishly. Ansbach laughed. After seeing what you did to the Carrion Manor and that distant plateau, I must say I'm glad I didn't either. I am made of stern stuff, but these old bones would rather not be broken in any battle where dignity wasn't on the line. Sir German has earned his bed rest after being able to fight as well as he did. Another person who used common sense to see their boss wasn't all there in the head, Naruto mused. And both had their final straws. What was yours? Lord Morg's claim of a visitation of the formless mother in, well, a form. While I may use her abilities and have never spoken to her, I know that she truly is formless. At most a voice on the wind, heard in places where great blood is spilled. But Morg's description sounded like something that would be conjured by the mind of a child. Or at least one bound to the body of one. And finding out he toyed with Renala's mind to speed up her drop into madness, connected the dots. Naruto said, following the logic as they came to rest at another balcony. What I don't get is, why? Why more? And this stuff about the Lands of Shadow? I'm missing some pieces of info here. If I were to make an educated guess, I would think it must have something to do with the fact that Lord Morg is an omen, and one of Marika's blood. Naruto let the man continue. Ansbach pointed in the direction of Altus. As part of the Golden Order, the rune of destined death was removed from the Elden Ring, giving rise to Erdtree and the cycle of reincarnation. Those who die within the scope of the Golden Order do not leave a body for a long time. Those touched of grace will have their bodies fade and souls drawn into the Erdtree, eventually to reincarnate. The afterlife is broken, Naruto recalled his conversation with Kaimon, and Morg fits into this because omens are banished beyond the Golden Order. When they die, their body simply persists and their souls go nowhere. They simply pass on to places where things that do not die easily end up. That is all I know of the Land of Shadows connection. This is all a bit heavy for an evening walk, Naruto moaned, rubbing his temples. And I fit into all of this somehow. Indeed, but how I cannot know, or even speculate, Ansbach said gravely. But perhaps I might hazard a guess, spoke a hoarse female voice from behind them. Both Naruto and Ansbach turned and saw the tall figure of Loretta looking at them by the door. She stepped out towards them, and as she grew closer, the light from Naruto's lamp caught the features on her face, and his eyes widened. Loretta looked a far cry from the usually beautiful, strong, and refined woman she usually was. Instead, her long white hair was a mess of tangles and her pale face was blighted by deep bags and bloodshot eyes. Loretta inclined her head silently to the both of them and settled on Naruto. Your greater runes. That is my guess. All of them correspond to things extolled by Lord Miquella, and in any other situation would have been ideal in his hands. Naruto listened intently. He kept himself ready in case Loretta had a sudden burst of aggression or emotion because, out of all of them, she had taken the reveal of Miquella tampering with Renalla's mind the worst. Flat out and verbal denial before secluding herself away. A seclusion which had wrought great depression on the usually stately Albanuric. So you've finally come to your senses, Naruto stated plainly, causing Loretta to wince. She looked up at the sky and closed her eyes, unsure what to say. I still don't believe it. No, that's not right, she whispered listlessly. I don't want to believe it. I am a sworn knight of the Haligtree and live by what it tries to teach. But, Naruto prompted gently. But in my time thinking on the matter after hearing Queen Renalla's account, I have begun to notice some inconsistencies in my memories. Things that don't fit together right, and at the heart of every one of those moments is Miquella the Kind. Loretta said quietly, as if afraid that by admitting the words, they would become real. What matters right now is what you will do now. You can't just sit and stew in your own hopeless situation. Naruto offered, and Ansbach nodded in agreement to the words. Loretta opened her eyes and met Naruto's, who held her stare for a while before she was first to look away. I am a knight of the Haligtree. I live by Lord Miquella's stated goals and desires. None bar perhaps Leda are so fervent in our belief in them. And yet, my heart tells me that Lord Miquella is not all he seems. You need answers from him. Naruto summarized while grinning. And hey, there's nothing wrong with trying to be a good person protecting the persecuted. Mercy is not a sin. Aye, Loretta said, a weight seeming to lift from her shoulders. She turned to leave before looking over her shoulder at the two men. Good evening to you, Sir Ansbach, Lord Naruto. She vanished beyond the threshold, leaving Naruto blinking owlishly in her wake. Something wrong? Ansbach inquired. I think that was the first time she ever called me Lord. Feels weird. Ha! Ansbach laughed heartily at the flustered Naruto's expense. One thing unsaid had passed between all three. Miquella's days were numbered. 0.0. 0.0. Naruto had parted with Ansbach after some more polite conversation where the old knight decided he best turn in for the night, leaving Naruto to continue to make his way to the apartments on the other side of the academy, where he knew Renala would be. She had been so taken up in her euphoria of taking care of so many new children that every day this week she had ended up falling asleep with them, all in a regal-looking cuddle puddle. Naruto was hankering to be part of that cute family moment now that all that deep thinking had been worked through, and hastened his footsteps to make it there in time. Sadly, fate had a habit of giving Naruto inopportune and unlikely moments of meeting. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto spotted a splotch of magenta hair and turned to look up towards the distant turrets. Silhouetted against the cloud-filled sky was the small shape of a young girl stood atop one of the tiled roofs, looking out over the floating city. The feathery magenta hair and presence of Radagon's red wolf would tell anyone who it was immediately, even with her head turned. Naruto rolled his eyes in amusement, not questioning why his first daughter was on top of a roof at night. Instead, he turned and leapt up onto the nearest rooftop and began deftly jumping from rooftop to rooftop towards the little girl that had set him on this bizarre turn in his life. The wind fluttered through his dressing gown and hair as he flew through the air, a pleasant rustle of noise that hit the ear just right. He touched down on the rooftop a few feet behind her and slowly advanced. I'm amazed you were able to slip away from your mom, though you might have inherited that from me. He joked, scratching his chin in amusement at how the little girl was able to imitate him unconsciously. Melina did not reply. She didn't even acknowledge his presence, simply silently staring out at the lights coming out of the floating silence. The smile melted from Naruto's face, replaced by a worried frown. Melina? She slowly turned to face him, revealing a sealed right eye, and the other opened to reveal a brilliant gold that glowed. Naruto's hands twitched. Marika had done what she said she would not, and... No, he thought. While the visual was the same, there was none of the same air of power that had occurred when Marika had swapped with Melina. If anything, the air was soaked with a profound sadness that felt like despair, even without negative emotions sensing. "Ooh, you're not Marika, are you?" Melina looked at him forlornly, still not speaking as she walked over to the great red wolf and pawed at its crest of russet red fur. The wolf let out a melancholic howl and lowered its head in supplication of the little girl. "I think you know who I am? Outlander brought here to fill our role." A rich man's voice spoke out from Melina's mouth. "Radagon." Naruto's eyes hardened to chips of frigid blue ice. "I'm gonna push past how creepy that sounds for now and tell you this. Say what you have to say, then get the hell out of my daughter. I might not be as precise as Renala, but I'll find a way to get you out of there." Radagon looked at him again, and Naruto was taken aback at what incredible sadness there was in that eye. The possessed little girl lowered her head in supplication to Naruto. "You have my most profuse apologies. I know I have no right to do this, but I had to see this for myself." "What?" "The place you abandoned. The place you cast off like so much discarded trash to play second fiddle to a god that's not even—" Naruto bit his tongue. He knew it served no purpose getting angry here. And if anything, the suffering in Radagon's words was enough. He just didn't like it coming out of his daughter. "You don't sound like someone who really wants to be here. However that is." The Radagon-possessed Melina let out a breath, the meanest ghost of amusement. "It's quite all right. I've had enough of being a font of bile, and this child's state has its advantages. As my physicality was used to give her a corporal base, I am able to slip more easily into her mind compared to my sister self." "I'd rather you didn't do it at all." Naruto ground out frostily. Radagon closed his one available eye. "When she was made, I thought her a godless thing. A clay doll that was just another blasphemy created by Marika as an attempt to run from her sin. But now I see everyone is a godless thing." The eye opened and tears began to trickle down from it as he looked up into Naruto's eyes. "Outlander, tell me truly, is my god truly a fake? Did the greater will really abandon us and everything since? Everything I did was for nothing." The words echoed off into the night sky, their impact making something inside Naruto feel ill at ease. Was he witnessing the grief of a god? "Yes," Naruto said bluntly. He did not need to be understanding to this man. What he needed was the truth. The only thing that sits in the sky is Mita, mother of fingers, and whatever is left over of the will's system. A broken smile pained itself onto Melina's lips. "So that's why it never replies," Radagon said. Feathery hair rustled as he shook his head. "My whole life was a sham, but if there was any single thing I did for me and me alone, it was loving my family. One I cast aside. I have no reason, warrant, or mandate to ask this. But please, I beg of you, Naruto Uzumaki, Bodhisattva of compassion, become a lord not of gods but of man, and love your family more than I ever could." The light began to dim from Melina's eye, but while it still glowed, Naruto dropped to one knee and asked a rhetorical question that would stick with Radagon for the rest of his days. "Do you even have to ask? Are humans? I suppose not." The light faded and eye closed, its seal of black script moving back to the correct eye as the right eye opened again. Melina blinked, her eye focusing before she jolted as her awareness caught up with her. "What?" "Gotcha!" Naruto snaked an arm around Melina's waist to prevent her from accidentally jumping off the roof. "Hanna! Out of all of your sisters, you always make me run around the most," he said cheerily, letting what Radagon had said slip into memory. What mattered right night was making sure this munchkin got off to bed. "Oh, Papa, where are we?" Melina asked, looking around before sniggling into Naruto's hug. "How'd we get so high up? I was just playing with Wolfie when? Sleepwalking, Melina. Athletic sleepwalking. All the shinobi back in Konoha do it." Naruto lied through his teeth, making up the explanation on the spot. "That makes sense," Melina said, punching one fist into her open palm, as if he'd just had some kind of grand discovery. "Oh," Naruto mentally cooed. He would smack himself for it later, but telling white lies to your kids was just a certain kind of fun. "Now let's get you off to bed." He looked at the red wolf. "You can get down on your own, right?" The world chuffed in offense, getting to its feet and walking to the edge. It looked back at both of them before leaping off the edge and jumping from rooftop to rooftop with lupine grace, spawning sorcery constructs to flip off of as it went. "Show off, show off," Naruto and Melina said simultaneously. They looked at one another before dissolving into a fit of giggles. When that passed, Naruto hefted the growing girl onto his shoulders and began their own descent, this one bound for bed. No more detours. No point 0, 0.0. It did not take long at all to find the apartments where the girls had collectively taken residence. Technically, the new babies were under Irina's purview if Renala and Naruto were busy, but what this usually meant was that Renala would show up near the end of the day and get an overload of familial love that made her reluctant to leave the den. Cuddle puddles have gravity stronger than a Chibaku tensei, thought Naruto as he slipped inside the room. Melina now snoring against his spiky thicket of hair, finding the correctly soft spot quickly enough. The bedroom was made up of a large bed and a bassinet next to it, for the youngest of their number to sleep in. The bed, on the other hand, was far fuller than usual. Renala laid in the centre wearing a modest white nightdress surrounded by her numerous daughters, old and new. She smiled at him in bliss as Naruto entered. Seemed she couldn't drop off without everyone accounted for. "The last sweeting appeareth," Renala whispered just loud enough for Naruto to hear. "And I'm the hired help," Naruto barbed in retort, looking over the many girls sleeping or half awake on the bed. Rani looked at him with a bleary eye from her spot next to Renala's left hip. Millicent and Selen were curled up in a hug on Renala's chest, while the 4 new arrivals snored in the crib. "That would class as royal service, love," Renala said, spreading an arm to indicate the space she had kept for him. "Thank you," Naruto said as he set Melina down on the bed, and before his eyes he watched her subconsciously crawl under the sheets and burrow into a ball at the heart of the throng. "Wait, I was bullshitting the sleepwalking," he mentally bleated, before shaking his head and getting into bed with Renala, feeling her rest her head on his shoulder. They stayed like that for a while, just enjoying the play of pleasant coolness and wonderful warmth that the presence of everyone brought. Renala turned to look at her younger lover. So what?" he whispered back. "Where do you think we stand from here, my sun and stars?" "You start, I've had enough thinking for tonight. I could do with some sleep," Naruto replied, closing his eyes and earning himself a playful smack from Renala. "As much as I would like to find Miquella and feed him his perfect teeth or take Tanith over my knee for being such a tawdry daughter-in-law, I think it's long past due we handle Radon," Renala said. But her words had grown more unsure the deeper she got into the conversation, expecting a rebuke. "I think you're right." Naruto nodded earnestly, causing Renala to look at him with some surprise. "Truly?" she asked, searching his face for answers, but saw only genuine support for her. "Did you think I wouldn't want to do it because it came from the late hooded and bearded bad guy who attacked us?" Naruto said, seeing just that in his fiancée's stunning blue eyes. He turned towards her more fully as he spoke. "Just because he came here with the worst of plans, he highlights something I saw. A problem. Your son is all alone in Caelid and doesn't deserve to be there alone any longer. A road to hell paved with good intent, then," she said in reference to Jeren. Naruto shook his head vehemently. "No, that's not what I said at all. Jeren was in the wrong and let his spite delude him, holding up justice and common sense and his loyalty to Radon to justify what he tried to do. We will save Radon for us, not because Jeren had a point." Renala was moved by his words and buried her head into the crook of Naruto's shoulder, offering one last sleepy bit of eloquent snark. "Thou hath thy moments of silver-tongued eloquence, beloved, but brevity is the soul of wit." A hand snaked up and turned the full moon queen's chin to face Naruto, who gave her a slow but loving kiss. A perfect response, considering it made Renala willingly capitulate to the fact his tongue was more than just silver. Several hours later, Naruto was briefly roused from his sleep by a weight on his chest, and upon checking it, discovered Millicent looking up at him with paternal adoration. She spoke 6 words to him with an emotion-filled whisper, sleepy tears of joy rolling down her face. "Thank you for setting me free." Naruto hugged her close to him, deciding that this moment right here was what he would defend and fight for. That was his new top priority. Point 0. 0.0. Within the golden heart of the Erd tree lay a black space that was a prison for a goddess eternal, held in place by her own power, the Elden ring twisted to hold her in place. Long had she lingered here, trapped, unable to do anything but suffer. But as time ticked by, something miraculous began to occur. Her body began to sway and writhe, It distended and twitched before finally, with horrifically wet slap, she fell to land ungracefully on the floor far below. "Ugh!" She groaned in pain and confusion, slowly getting to her feet. What was this? Marika's sister self, what was once one, has again become two. Marika looked up in shock to see just Radagon hanging from the inverted parabola of light, the dark hole in his side glinting with the light of the Elden ring, except it didn't look right. She looked down at herself and saw something wrong as well. "Radagon, you are still a sinner, as are you." Radagon called from on high, "But if my god has long left, then there is no reason for me to hold you here. I have kept most of the ring as is my mandate to the Golden Order. What you do from now on, Sister Self, is up to you." Marika looked up at her brother Self. Perhaps simply just her brother now. It mattered not. She limped over to the centre of the chamber where it lay. The anvil and her hammer still buried deep in the rock where she had shattered the ring. Shell-shocked by Radagon's moment of uncharacteristic depression-induced leniency, she was still able to grab an issue here. But she would cross that bridge when she came to it. She reached out a hand and took hold of her hammer, pulling at it as the anvil creaked and cracked before it finally came loose. A familiar warmth rose from deep within at the familiar weight, and she turned her back to Radagon. The entrance was sealed by impenetrable thorns, and even with as much of the ring she had, her hammer and her slowly returning strength, she doubted she would be able to escape just yet. But at least right now, she could stretch her legs for the first time in centuries. She began to swing the hammer to get the aches and pains out of her body, each swing filling her with a vitality that had been long absent, honing her swings for a singular moment she would see in the future, be that near or far. What moment, you ask? Why, breaking every single one of Mita's fingers. And by her title as a goddess, she would show a fake god what it meant to befoul a real one. Chapter 19. A smoky breather out amidst the midsummer's waters of Liurnia. A strange and uplifting sight was starting to take hold. The mandala of floating dwellings that composed Raya Lucaria's satellite floating city bobbed lightly in the warm breeze that was rare in the usually damp land. The skies above was an unbroken band of brightest blue, with nary a cloud in sight to mar its perfect vista, with the blazing orb of the sun at its heart, breathing light gently down onto the waters far below. This was all to say that insofar as weather went, it was a very nice day. But that wasn't the cause of the curiously upbeat atmosphere that rolled from the heart of Neo-Korea, like unseen muses jovially cavorting to a soundless tune. The stone causeway that ran from the lake's shore to the gates of the academy, winding through the floating lattices of the city, was exceedingly busy, but in a way departed far from the norm. On a regular day, the causeway was used as the main thoroughfare for the floating city, as well as the primary method of reaching Raya Lucaria proper for those lacking boats to paddles across. The huge flagstones that made up this road were large enough that the road itself could accommodate 4 fully laden carts side by side and still have space for pedestrian traffic and additions to either side of the walkway without it getting crowded. On a normal day, this would have accounted for a constant and consistent flow of pedestrian, mercantile, and other traffic as efforts were made to move people into their new homes and refurbish the academy into a proper linchpin of defence and governance. Not so today. No, today the centre of the road was dominated by hundreds of long wooden tables and benches arranged end to end, creating one unbroken strip of dining that stretched out nearly half of the road's length. And the entire thing was packed to the gills. A burble of happy and hungry voices washed over the scene as the multitude, which must have been the entire population, chatted and socialised with their neighbours. And at the centre of all of it were the royal couple. Albeit Naruto was considerably busier than Renala, with a team of clones manoeuvring a stretcher full of raw chickens towards a huge grill that had been set up out of the last unoccupied floating lattice. "Next lot of chicken coming in hot," he called over the din, shifting the collection of food from one hand to the other. "For the love of the log, that fire better be lit, or I'm gonna starve." Boggart looked over his shoulder from his place at the extremely large but obviously unlit fire, adorned with dozens of grills, pots and spits. His eyes flashed darkly within the recesses of his iron helm that Naruto still didn't understand why he wore after all this time. "I'll light the fire when all the food's here. Do you know how hard it is to keep track of cooking for this many people is, ya spike-haired, fox-faced so-and-so?" No, Naruto replied flatly, an embarrassed sweat drop forming at the back of his neck. The most people he had ever personally had to cook for was just over a dozen. He shook his head, trying to regain some of his prior confidence, once the collection of chickens was in place. This is why ramen is the best food. All you have to worry about is hot water and hoping you didn't get shortchanged on the sauce packet. Food out of a packet? Boggart exclaimed, his unflinching iron helm somehow displaying derision so pronounced that it made Naruto wince. A pox on that and a pox on you, ya uncultured swine. I bet there are 100 people you have eaten from that would have conniptions at the thought that you prefer food out of a packet. The word was spat with venom so potent it threatened to spoil the food, would smack you something good for that insult. Oi, I was talking about cooking for myself. I'd never turn down food that was cooked out of the goodness of someone's heart, even if it ended up tasting like crap. Naruto shot back, suppressing a shiver at memories of Shimas cooking on Mount Myoboku. I just don't want everyone going hungry. It would be a really crappy celebration if everyone goes hungry or starts fainting from heat stroke. It's the middle of summer out here, Boggart. Fa! Boggart shot back but returned to setting up the massive fire pit. Giggling softly from the side, Renala watched the small argument fondly. She surveyed the scene with a jubilant air soaking in the atmosphere with every fibre of her being. Melina was sat squarely in her lap, her arms securely around the excitable girl's waist to make sure she didn't slip out for mischief despite her best efforts. To her immediate left was Rani and Arena with the 4 toddler sisters in an ornate pram while Selen and Millicent sat on her right. Also eye on this tightest circle was the usual face of Blade. Everyone was talking in clement tones, looking forwards to the impromptu feast that had been organised. It had all begun 3 nights before when they had moved the last of the refugees from the now-absent tent city on the shore into their new homes in the floating city. It had been a simple yet monumental occasion, the first but perhaps most foundational infrastructure project of this reborn kingdom had reached completion successfully. We gotta celebrate, maybe throw a party or something, Naruto had said at the time, his whiskered cheeks covered in a dusting of pink from where his betrothed had kissed him on the cheek. Traditionally a ball would be fitting, no? Arena had offered from her position at Boggart's side, having returned the blackguard's affections strongly once they were known to her, though perhaps too aloof for something so rustic. Naruto's snort held not a mote of derision. I don't think that would be right. It's got to be something that everyone should be able to get involved in. As big as the main lecture hall is, there's no way it could fit everyone in there. Plus, given what happened with the attack, they might want to keep outside for the time being. What had followed was an intense brainstorming session between everyone in the eclectic Neo-Carrion circle, with all suggestions passing Naruto and Renala's scrutiny. As was the way with the tight familial circle, breaks were taken to cuddle and play around with the children when they grew either bored or hungry, a genuine threat when one recalled the power stored away in their bodies, no matter how small. After a truly thrilling game of musical chairs in which Melina had taken her preferred spot on Naruto's shoulders, it had been an unserious comment from Boggart that had broken the deadlock. Honestly, I don't get high society pastimes. Bloody fancy and nice to look at, but so much faff it's not worth it for most people. If I had my way, I'd just prepare a BBQ and be done with it. A metaphorical glintstone lamp had lit above both Naruto and Renala's head at that. It hadn't been a difficult thing to organise and set up. A proclamation was gived to the guards who disseminated it to the people while Naruto and the others set about collecting what was needed. The tables could be conjured using sorcery and set up with Naruto's endless supply of clone-based labour. The food, however, was a bit more difficult to gather. As Naruto had learned, it was possible to use sorcery to conjure food, but the nutritional content of such left you feeling like you hadn't eaten anything at all after a few hours. But, as luck would have it, the blonde king consort-to-be was able to call upon his oldest and staunchest ally, his ability to reach people. He walked amongst them, going from house to house and speaking with the families there, asking if anyone was willing to help in the effort. He did not command, even though it was his right. He did not demand, even though he could. He did not lord it over them, despite being appointed as a lord above them. He asked and they answered. Dozens, then hundreds of families offered what they were able to or agreed to help with the preparing of food. The Albanurics jumped at the chance to hunt game and brought in large racks of venison, poultry, and rabbit that they were all too happy to pluck and skin to make the cook's jobs easier. Even the grumpy turnip farmer had put in an appearance to offer his wares for the rapidly developing box social. Not that he was giving them for free. Naruto was parted with a large globe of runes for a few carts worth of the root vegetables. The worst part was that Naruto didn't even like them, but he wasn't about to complain. Naruto dropped the latest collection of meats and vegetables on the large wooden table that was being used for preparation and leant backwards. His back gave a few satisfying pops that he savoured while being grateful that he wore his royal headband, the dark fabric absorbing any sweat from the lovely weather. He was about to return to his place next to Renala when he noticed that two things were amiss, one far more obvious than the other. The fire pit, a collection of large coals, parchment and charcoal, was cold, inert, and not at all lit. Boggart, who despite his surly personality was usually a steady master with food, was fidgeting to the point of vibrating with annoyance and building anger. He was using a used but well-maintained flint and steel to send showers of sparks onto the mass of coal. A metallic scrape and shower of sparks yielding. Son of a eternal damned whore, thrice buggered in the swamp of Aeonia, golden order smashed, giant bollocked, omen-looking fuck, Boggart raged under his breath between gritted teeth. What, no fire? Naruto's brows knitted together at the stubborn coals. He watched as the blackguard continued to try and fail to light the huge fire pit, spreading sparks evenly between the coals, charcoal and strips of parchment. There was a few coils of smoke from the parchment and other kindling catching, but it proved an ephemeral tinderbox when the stubborn coals refused to light. The cracks of flint and steel continued, growing in speed while where the showers of sparks fell became sporadic. Finally, Naruto was forced to step in when Boggart's cursing threatened to no longer be under his breath. Having some trouble? Naruto asked levelly, his eyes amused but knowing that it would be best not patronize the culinary-cultured comrade. Boggart rounded on Naruto, anger rising behind the false metal lips of his mask, ready to let off a cuss at the blonde, but was able to get a hold of himself, possibly from the sight of Irina over Naruto's shoulder. "The blasted coals aren't lighting," Boggart said in a griping voice, pointing a gloved hand at the pit, the dull black coals staring back at them with an inanimate smugness that only performance issues could induce. "I'm loath to get oil for accelerant because it will spoil the flavour, but you don't want to disappoint everyone by not getting any food at all." A slow, depressed nod was the reply Naruto received, a sense of bruised pride robbing him of his speech. Giving the older man an empathetic look, Naruto clapped him on the shoulders twice and approached the grill, the ghost of a swagger in his steps. There was an urge to show off in front of those assembled that Naruto hadn't felt so keenly since his rambunctious youth. Maybe that was because he had kids to show off to now. It was funny how adulthood brought back and reframed parts of your childhood self. He steadily and deliberately brought his hands up to his sides, catching the attention of many at the tables who turned to watch, intrigued and excited that the de facto king consort was about to show some of his wondrous power. With the gazes of the crowd settled on him, he began to flash through hand signs. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, it was purely for show, for while he seldom used elements outside of wind, he retained Hagoromo's gift of understanding the totality of chakra. "Horse, tiger?" "Fire style, fireball, jutsu," he internally intoned. Inhaling deeply, he breathed out an even stream of vermilion flame that washed over the coals with a whoosh of sound, causing the crowd to erupt in oohs and ahs. Finishing his stream, he turned around to face the crowd, feeling the heat at his back and gave a theatrical bow. A light round of applause began amongst the crowd, and Naruto met Renala's gaze, who looked at him fondly. But then her elfin features gained a mischievous lilt. Abruptly, the applause petered off, the faces of the crowd turning disappointed or confused. "And the heat at Naruto's back?" "Gone." Slowly looking at the fire pit again, Naruto was greeted by the initial burst of his fire sputtering to nothing, leaving behind inert, black, and very clearly cold coals. The inanimate smugness they radiated intensified with Naruto's now twitching eyes looking at them in disbelief. "Okay, what the hell?" What followed was perhaps the most embarrassing and banally mind-numbing annoyance that Naruto had experienced since proofreading Jiraiya's smut. No matter what Naruto and Boggart attempted, The oversized BBQ just would not light. They tried several more variations of flint and steel, and Naruto trying different variations, elemental jutsu to coax some life out of the grill. Yes, yes, yes! Boggart crowed as the small fire in the heart of the grill breathed with life, Naruto feeding wind into it like a bellows. Now we can... The flame guttered and died. Buggery and damnation! After the initial plans had failed, they began to think outside the box. What if I used lava style and you cooked using the molten rock? Naruto pitched, striking up a thinking pose beside Boggart, who was using a cloth to clean his hands. The iron helm shook in negative. No, I don't know the heat distribution or if there's anything in it that might foul the meat. Plus, do you think anyone would want to eat food cooked on your flaming hot puke? The blonde bristled with indignation at that. Hey, I can make it come out of my hands. Same problem. It's been inside your bloody body. Gah! Ah! Fight, fight, fight! Kiss, kiss. Melina chirped from the side amidst that slowly growing pile of amused women that watched the two bicker, Renala at their heart. Why was there a steadily growing huddle of women and children watching the back and forth with rapt attention and amusement? Simple. BBQs had a strange effect on reality hitherto not understood by science nor sorcery. No matter how big or small, heated by gas or arcane sorcery, when there was an issue with the grill, the men present were compelled to intervene trying to help, even if their help ended up impotent. And, just like that, what had once been two men arguing over how to light the stubborn coals was now a large crowd of men from adolescent to the elderly, all pitching in their own ideas to get the cooking underway. Put a rune under the coal you mean to light. It will conduct the heat. How in the name of the Eternal is that gonna work? Runes aren't metal, you old codger. Now you plebeians have a feeble understanding of cuisine. On Altus, my family always prepped the fire with fresh-cut saffron. Piss off, piss off! Perhaps there's a curse of some kind on the pit or coals. Nonsense, we'd be able to detect such a simple cantrip. Are we not alumni to the great... Oh, shut up, you old windbags. Let's just cook on wood instead of coal. The variety in responses was quite wide, as were the faces. The tall man Wolf Shadow was sniffing the coals to see if there was anything wrong with them while Sir Ansbach had attempted to use his blood flame to bring the fire to life. It was all just so banally hysterical. Arrayed before them was the breadth of Neo-Korea's menfolk. From their essential king, blessed with powers in the realm of the gods, to paupers who knew only the taste of a hot meal as a distant memory, and none of them could hack it at the simple task of getting a fire lit. Men are silly, Rani said blithely, making Melina nod. Beautiful deep blue eyes drank in the scene with jubilation. Aye, but to err is to be human. And to be human is to enjoy the fruits of a summer's day. I would not trade this for 1,000 leagues of the finest gold. The full moon queen proclaimed before her eyes slid to the red and raven-haired sisters to her right. Okay, you two, you've had your mischief. Selen looked up at her adopted mother, the surprise in her eyes quickly morphing to wry amusement while Millicent looked surprised and embarrassed. When did you cotton on? Suppressing the urge to scoff, Renala tucked a lock of the girl's feathery hair behind her ear. From the beginning that you were to blame, but only scant moments ago did I catch the method. Her gaze shifted to Millicent. A jubilation of praise on you, Millicent. Thy skills are improving. Millicent blushed bashfully, revealing the glintstone rock she had been hiding in her hand. Using her experience, Renala had noticed that the coals were not acting as they should, almost as if someone had taken the trait of flammability and swapped it for the traits of common granite. A simple yet nuanced use of sorcery. Selen's a great teacher, Mother. Selen preened, earning Renala ruffling her hair. Better than she was a student, truly. Mother? Ha-ha! Renala giggled before holding out a hand, keen to end the charade before they all grew too hungry. Millicent handed her the glintsoni and Renala crushed it in the palm of her hand in a deceptive showing of strength, a bloom of magical particles radiating from it. She flexed her fingers, seizing on the threads of arcane energy and whipping them into a tongue of golden flame. With a snap of her fingers, the tongue cracked through the air as a spark and struck the heart of the BBQ, igniting all the coals at once, while all the men were stood beside it. Duck and cover! Blade yelled, jumping to safety with all the other men. Naruto, who had been looking over the grill at the time, was not so lucky and took a full salvo of the fire to the face. It died down a moment later, revealing Naruto's entire upper body singed black with coils of smoke trailing from him. Otherwise unaffected by the fire, Naruto faced his betrothed with a single raised and slightly singed eyebrow, melting into the applause. "Ah, summer," he breathed as he returned to the table opposite her. A moment's reprieve and celebration before a return to the perpetual darkness of the world. A reminder that despite the darkness, it was worth it to enjoy the little moments with ones you loved, before the strings of fate snapped tight once again. Chapter 20. Bring Me That Horizon. The lands between were in a strange place. It had never been a place that made an earthly sense, but in times of yore it had at least possessed some shred of internal logic. Cycles of godhood, of ages based around a philosophical and literal pillar that held up the world, both supporting and supported by the era's given godhead. But all that had changed with the shattering. It had ushered in an age of mundane chaos as the logic of the world became cracked, and those who fought for their own truth eventually found themselves made liars by their own personality vices. In such a strange world, a sense of normality had itself become strange. Strange, different, other. And yet, strangely attractive. You would never have thought that the machinations of a fake god seeking to bring in an odious order would pick an agent of unpredictability to do its dirty work, nor that the chaos he caused, his derivations from the plan, would create an order entirely on its own, just beyond that fake god's reach. It had become apparent to Naruto as Neo Korea recovered from the two-pronged assault that he had been caught in his own momentum and dragged others along with him. Not everyone was as hardy against wild events as him, which was why what he'd done next could be seen as atypical for him. When the dust had settled from the assault and the initial time had been given to recover, there were many who had assumed the golden-haired king consort would jump at the chance to give their enemies across the board a through drubbing. His power was beyond repute, and he had every reason to rage out now that his ire had a target. And he was not the only suspect. Many who had taken up sword and stave in defense of this reborn kingdom had been waiting with bated breath for the inevitable call for war to come down from on high, and if it came, they would answer. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and in that time, both Naruto and Renala picked something that none would have expected: consolidation. There might have been a short window of time where Naruto would have launched off with both swords in hand, but as he had looked at the people who had come to call Neo Korea their potential home, do you know what he saw? Fear, trepidation, yet also a fire in their eyes to defend this little slice of civility this floating city now represented to them. He didn't want that to fail. He wanted these people who had come to this little impossible project to not just exist, but to live and thrive. And he was not alone. After much petting and warm words between the sheets, Full Moon Queen and King Consort had come to a shared desire. If they sprinted off now, there was a chance that everything could fall apart. Neither of them could force that reality onto people who just wanted home and hearth. And so began a great work. It was not enough that people had a home to call their own. They needed security, laws, income, work, utilities, places of worship for those who practiced religion, roads and tracks that were safe and easily traversable, arable land, banking, mercantile organization, and so many other things to consider to be an even halfway functioning society. It was not enough to have an oasis in the middle of a world gone mad. It had to be a nation in more than just name. The first step had been finishing off what had already begun. The refugees and migrants who had chosen to come to Raya Lucaria had been officially moved into the floating city, which had not been without a few fights and arguments. Then a census had been taken to get an exact idea of just how many people were within what was essentially the new capital of Neo Korea and Greater Leonia. Naruto had taken a heavy part in this for the simple reason that his shadow clones could massively accelerate the process. Once the process had been finished, Naruto had a colossal headache, but he was able to tell his betrothed that the floating city had a population of roughly 35,000, something that had earned him a kiss on the cheek for all the hard work. Next came a spot of cartography. The irony of a world where battles between demigods could reshape the landscape meant that nobody exactly had accurate maps. And that was an issue when you wanted transit to be safe. A brace of mounted albanurics had raced out over the lakes, using their knowledge from a life spent hunting and gathering to get the most accurate view of the landscape that could be committed to maps. However, They were not the only parties sent out, but for a different reason. Masons and carpenters walked hand in hand with sorcerers to find and restore long, dilapidated fortifications along the roads and strategic pieces of geography, and to build new ones where needed. By the time the effort was done, it had become significantly more difficult for roving bands of brigands to operate or armies to sleep up on them. Back in the capital, other changes were taking place. Lost retainers and swords once in service to the Carian monarchy had taken up positions once again and were already beginning to raise a new generation of men at arms. They did not seek to be an expansionist or even isolationist kingdom, but if ill forces darkened their door, the people should be able to have people rise to defend them. While Naruto handled a lot of the more physical tasks in the consolidation, he did dip his toe into the other end of the grand undertaking: laws. But what he did, as large as it was nothing compared to Renala. 35,000 people from all over the lands between, many of whom had half remembered wildly different laws compared to one another. It was a powder keg waiting to go off if it was not all organised into a singular concise system. And in that, Renala showed why she had been a beloved queen that went beyond arcane might. Using the Carian feudal charter as the basis, Renala had undertaken the long and laborious task of writing a new constitution for Neo Korea. While the Lunar Crown was still the head of state, they need to make sure that everyone lived under the same just laws that were fair for all and allowed the people both representation and justice for those who broke it. Guilds and governmental bodies that had to be set up and a treasury re-established. She had to get it right, or else a lapse in attention could result in a catastrophe, as had happened before. When she had first fallen into depression when Radagon had left for Marika, the initial Raya Lucaria civil war had broken out, partly because the absolute power of the crown was rendered moot when the one wearing it was indisposed. Therefore, she had to make this constitution with both redundancies as well as checks and balances on power in general. Naruto's job was to speak with the multitude of peoples and report what their laws and customs were to Renala, who would then tweak and organize them into a single centralized document that would serve as the constitution. More than once, Naruto had had to pick his betrothed from her writing desk and drag her to bed because she was exhausting herself. Though it turned out she still had plenty of energy for libidinous pursuits that she felt he owed her for dragging her away from the constitution. In this, Naruto was happy to oblige. Eventually, after what felt like an age, the work was done to an acceptable level. Now safe in their home, the royal entourage finally turned their attention beyond their borders and the question they had been putting off for ages: what to do next? Tilda. So it was that one afternoon, after a filling luncheon cooked by Boggart, that a meeting was called. Deep in the heart of Raya Lucaria, a room had been prepared for matters of state. It was a cavernous room that at one time had served as one of the many academy lecture halls, but much of that teaching paraphernalia had been replaced with items more fit for purpose for a place where matters of the kingdom were to be hashed out. A gigantic topographical map of the lands between had been produced from their efforts and now took up much of an entire wall of the meeting hall, its details something that would bring many up short upon first seeing it. Even for Naruto, there were moments where he got lost staring at the stretches of Liurnia, the lakes represented by water held magically in situ. Cabinets and credenzas contained thousands of papers that chronicled law, customs, and commerce that could be pulled down to pour through at any given moment, all plainly viewable in the light that rushed in from the domed skylight in the room's ceiling. In the center of room was a huge round table hewn from a dark, almost indigo-colored wood, the sigil for Neo Korea picked out in glintstone at its heart. It had been a gift from the quickly forming Artisans Guild, working hand in hand with returned sorcerers to illustrate the renewed principle of the nation. Magic and mundane walking hand in hand to produce stability and hope. 6 figures were arranged around the table at equal distances, each with a person seated behind them. Renala sat pride of place in her throne, a surprisingly modest seat that had been rescued from the remnants of the Carian manor. She was once again attired in the dual-purpose robes of both head mistress of Raya Lucaria and full moon queen of Neo Korea. Her long black hair was tucked within the confines of her tall crown, the awkwardness of its proportions doing nothing to detract from her magisterial aura. Naruto was seated beside her in another salvaged throne, his bright blue eyes set on his betrothed fondly. His outfit was much more reserved, but he did wear his headband of office. The blonde once again took in just how beautiful his lover was, even in the baggy, antiquated robes. She had told him that she had asked a new set be tailored for her to represent the transition to a new way of life, but he'd be lying if he said the old ones didn't fill him with a feeling he couldn't quite put his finger on. A tall, wide-brimmed white hat turned, and Naruto felt a singular large blue eye scrutinizing him, carrying an admonishing stare that made Naruto look back to the matter at hand. Rani sat in a plush chair to Renala's, left as the crown princess. Between the three of them, they formed the royal trio on this council. Heh. Rani caught Papa making love eyes at Mama. Melina's whispered snickers were heard by all and brought a range of amused blushes from the aforementioned trio, the women's pale complexions making the blushes stand out much more compared to Naruto. Each of the three was shadowed by another in a seat. Their seconds and attendants, Blade for Rani, Old Moongrum for Renala, and, surprisingly, Melina for Naruto. The blonde looked around the tall back of his throne to shoot the magenta-haired gremlin a pout. Melina. Time and place, he said in good humour. It's past midday and we're in a meeting. Melina replied smugly, crossing her arms as if her proclamation was some great victory. Yes, we are. But hush now, my sweeting. Thy elders have matters to broach and dialogues to hold, Renala pitched in, her rich blue eyes sparkling at the banter. The air was mirrored by those who sat across from them. Directly opposite Renala on the other side of the table was the hulking, misshapen visage of Ihi. The old carrion retainer and warsmith sat cross-legged rather than on a chair. His second was an equally large troll sporting the blue, red and silver fetters of a carrion knight. That was Bowles, one of the 20 carrion knights who had assisted Renala in her repulsing of the Golden Order so long ago. Naruto had discovered him trapped in an evergale south of the Four Belfries during scouting efforts. It seemed that the mighty warrior and loyal retainer had been trapped in the dimensional jail during the Cuckoo Knights' rebellion. Time spent in the jail had done nothing to blunt his skill or loyalty, and he had been all too happy to return to serve his liege. Aiji was just happy to have another friend his size back. Selen sat opposite Rani, perched atop a handful of plush pillows to offset her childish height. Millicent sat behind her. Under the new system, the pair represented the returned sorcerers, a position that made one of Naruto's many daughters preen with pride. And opposite Naruto was an entirely new face altogether. Is something wrong, Edger? Naruto asked. Edger of Morn, Irina's father. He was an older gentleman with a face that spoke of someone who had lived through far too much stress, creased with lines and fissures. He had a messy thicket of ash-brown hair that curled around into a full beard. Despite this being a peaceful meeting, he still wore a full suit of silvery plate that was notched with scratches of prior battles, and with a good reason, Naruto ventured. Edger had once been a bannerman to the now-late Godric the Grafted, Castellan of Castle Morn in the southernmost reaches of the old despot's territory. A misbegotten rebellion had thrown the castle into chaos, and Edgar had sent his daughter to find safety that she had found here at Raya Lucaria. Having eventually made his way from Limgrave to Liurnia, the Castellan had been delighted to find his only daughter alive and well. Even if in the hands of the person who killed his lord, Naruto admitted, he could understand if the older man thought that his daughter had been made into a political prisoner, even if the reality couldn't be further from the truth. Alas, in light of both the saving of his daughter and to honor Naruto's conquest, the Castellan had conceded to himself being a political prisoner for the sake of his daughter's happiness and safety. And that was, in Naruto's honest opinion, moronic. Hostage? What the fu— No! Naruto had told the brunette Castellan when he had first floated the idea. Godric was an asshole, but he's dead now, and Irina is our friend. I'd never throw my friend's family under lock and key just because it does some random politicking. From a political standpoint, it was a quixotically naive view of things, one that had rendered Edger mute for a full minute. But then again, Neo Korea was a new kingdom, one that hoped to do away with the backstabbing and ill trust that had blighted the lands between for so long. So, instead, Edger had been integrated into their burgeoning command structure, with his expertise over Limgrave giving him point on matters to do with the southwestern border. He was very happy to be with his daughter again, even if some fears and suspicions remained. Having to live under Godric for decades, I can understand being jumpy about the new boss, Naruto thought, turning his attention to the one sitting behind Edger. Or maybe he's just on edge around his daughter's new boyfriend. Boggart looked around himself, clearly feeling like he didn't belong here. It was funny to Naruto seeing just how animated the man's face could be without the iron mask covering it. Edger has been very interested in his daughter's new suitor, and while he would have liked the blackguard to be of a higher social strata, he had won a fair few points by almost sacrificing himself to protect Irina from the daughters of Rot. A worthy suitor, though one that he had taken into his confidence for the express reason of better evaluating him. "Nothing, my lord," Edger finally replied, breaking Naruto from his reflections. It feels odd to be at a functional court for the first time in ages. It takes a little getting used to." "We're all friends here," Naruto waved the comment off nonchalantly. Renala took that as her cue to begin the meeting properly. "If we find ourselves in good spirits and without need for complaint, then let us begin," Renala intoned in her refined voice. "In these past months we hath busied ourselves with our great undertaking, giving Neocaria substance and order under the light of our moon and sun. Mayhap there are clerical minutiae to resolve, but few would argue that the broad strokes remain undone. What say ye?" None replied, each offering their own silent assent to what Renala had said. Naruto had become so accustomed to the antiquated speech now that he actually got it. And know that had I become Hokage, I probably would have been so swamped with day-to-day running that I miss important moments like this. Fuck anyone who says women can't govern. The great lunar crown dipped with Renala's nod. Good. Then it is time we turneth our gaze to what lies beyond our borders, of ingress, enemies, and alliance. Iji took the chance to speak first, the old war councillor always quick to voice matters of grave importance and logistics. With the establishment and refurbishment of forts and other carrion fortifications, there is very little chance of large-scale forces moving against us without us notices anymore. So too do retainers and swords of old return to the fold. A great rumbling hum emerged from Bol's chest, his face hidden by his helm even within the meeting hall. Many scattered groups loyal to the lunar crown come even now. My troll kin weep tears of joy to stand beneath your banner once again, my queen. Our banner, Naruto corrected. He did not mean to demand or dismiss the old carrion knight's word, merely note that things had changed compared to what had come before. "Aye, my lord. Forgive my turn of phrase. It's been too long." The excitement got the better of me. Renala smiled at the interaction. Glad tidings regardless of the banner, bulls. With our foundation ardent, we can build greater than there was before. Edger made a wordless noise in agreement. "Quite, my queen. Should we not then complete the securing of the borders? To both the north and south? There were 2 land-based borders than they had to worry about even with the other nations as dilapidated as they were. Altus to the north and Limgrave to the southwest. Now came Naruto's time to speak. "How do you feel like a promotion, Edger?" The older man blinked slowly. "My lord?" Naruto pulled a knife from his pocket and began to spin it between his fingers. "Strategy was always my friend Shikamaru's bag, but even I can notice something about a map. There's only one path between Limgrave and Liurnia by land." Naruto pointed the tip of the knife towards the map, indicating the isthmus that connected the 2 countries. "And there is a pretty decent toll already there." He flicked the knife between his fingers, sending it whizzing across the room to embed into the map, its tip embedded in the gilded O of one of the annotated location names. Stormvale, a brunette eyebrow rose in curiosity. "Lord Gorik's old seat." "Yeah, take that and you control the entire southwestern border in or out." Appreciation flushed through Renala's pale features. "My sun and stars doth counsel sagely." "Well, I am a sage," Naruto mumbled. Renala pushed on. "You are familiar with the functions of the grafted lord's old lands. I seek little in the way of annexation, but should we take Stormvale as our bulwark and bastion, I could see none better to hold it, Castael and Edger." Edger looked between both queen and king consort, unsure of what to say. "You would do my honour, lord, and liege." Delicate lips twitched up. "It would not be without toil, Edger. Our fledgling forces would sit garrison there. So too would masons and sorcerers join thee to restore the castle's defences, magical and mundane." Hearing the queen's words, Edger took a moment to gather his thoughts before lowering his head in abeyance. "If that is what my queen requests, then so it shall be done." A burble went around the table before Naruto introduced the next subject. So if the southwest is done, that leaves the north? He trailed off, staring at Altus. It felt like an age ago he and Melina had descended from there into Liurnia. Even broken and cowed as they are compared to their prime, the Golden Order is not to be taken lightly, father, Rani said, lest we forget that even Radon, mightiest of my brothers, failed to assault the capital. What we have achieved so far is miraculous, but open war is not something we should relish. Quite so, and it is not something I counsel nor ordain. Renala answered her daughter, We are not conquerors, but our sovereignty should not be annulled by the writ of an absentee god. Nay, we shall entreat with strength and diplomacy. She extracted her catalyst and tapped it against the floor, releasing a chime of sound and power. Naruto's knife glowed blue before pulling itself from the board and rolling upwards to hover above the great lift of Dectus. Moongrum, the most loyal of Renala's retinue, leaned forwards. Take a force north to the great lift and send a missive to the powers that be. We do not seek war nor expansion. Therefore we offer Lyondal and the Golden Order a pact of non-aggression. We seek not the capital, the Erd Tree, nor the empty throne of Elden Lord, but in doing so they shan't march against us. Of course, my queen. I'll marshal the forces as soon as I'm able. The interaction seemed enough for all but one. And what if they don't go for it? Naruto turned to look at Selen, who was frowning up at the map. Seeing something I don't? He asked. Selen pouted at her stepfather. Armistice and non-aggression are all well and good, but the Eternal's armies are hardly known for restraint even with Maraika long sealed. How can we guarantee that they won't agree only to attack when we aren't looking? It was a good point, Naruto ventured. His attention went to the map where the knife hovered, an idea forming as his eyes tracked left. Show them what happens to those who do attack. All eyes followed Naruto's to settle on the fire-blasted heat that constituted Mount Gelmir. Jeren and the Children of Rotz's attack was the more dramatic of the 3 battles that had taken place months ago. Nobody had forgotten the terror inflicted by the recusants' infiltration. The summary routing had been brutal, but it didn't change the fact that the Volcano Manor had launched an attack against them for no other reason than to inflict maximum civilian casualties. A trend that had endured for centuries since Rykard's madness had sent him on his blasphemous path. Silence endured as the weight of what came next came to rest atop Renala's shoulders. Naruto silently reached a hand under the table to take his lover's own, feeling her squeeze it in thanks. Finally she sighed and closed her eyes. I love my children. All of them, no matter how far they may fall, she said in a gentle voice. Her eyes snapped open, filled with blue fire and steel. But that doth not excuse them of culpability for thine actions. Too long hath my son's recusants brought misery to the lands between. I say no longer. She rose from her seat and pointed at the Volcano Manor on the map. I shall break them with a rod of iron. Rykard may be long gone mad, but then so was I. Should I not deliver him to sense, then I shall instead bring him over my knee to spank sense into. One way or another, Mount Gelmir will be brought to heel. Her words echoed off the walls, and Naruto caught a whiff of just how much emotion it took to put this into words. Renala turned to face him and offered a hand. Will you help me do this, my sun and stars? Naruto did not need to answer. His smile said everything she needed to hear. But that was not the only thing they had to talk about. The meeting progressed in odds and sods, working out the logistics of what they intended to do before the next big existential threat came up in conversation. And this time it was not just confined to the room. The doors to the meeting room slid open on well-oiled hinges, the creak of the wood yawning as they passed. 2 figures walked into the room side by side. Each couldn't be more different than the other. On the one hand was Loretta, former Carrion Knight festooned in her unalloyed gold armor. Her helm was missing to reveal her pale face and white hair. Her eyes no longer held the bloodshot red of distraught tears the last time Naruto had seen them, instead filled with a steely determination. And the other was shorter than the tall Albanuric woman, attired in his black finery and red gems. Sir Ansbach, the revelations from the battle were still ringing in the ears of all that had taken part in it. The revelation that Miquella, the seeming kindest of Marika's brood, was, in fact, a duplicitous snake, had shocked many of them. The truth of his machinations was still hidden from them, but they had to act on things sooner rather or later lest they be snared in another web of intrigue. And where is Miquella? Rani asked, her lone eye eyeing both of the speakers. Last I heard, he was sequestered within the halig tree in the furthest north, where Melania licks her wounds from her battle in Caelid even centuries later. Loretta's face soured at the comment. Her loyalty to the halite tree remained even if its patron had been revealed to be a cuckoo of order. He was taken at the hands of Morg. Ansbach bristled. Vera likely did it on Lord Murg's order, but given that my lord is bewitched by Michaela, we can assume that his kidnapping is part of whatever nefarious plan he has in place. The comment made Loretta grind her teeth. BT, she didn't deny what the older knight had said. So where is he then? Naruto asked. Unseen eyes looked around the room until they settled on the map. Whoa, the Morgwyn Palace. On the Siofra River, far to the east of Nokron. Nokron? The call came in unison from both Rani and her shadow. Naruto wanted to ask what was wrong, but a look from Renala made him think better of it. It seemed that the Lunar Princess still had a few secrets. Seeing the confusion, Ansbach elaborated as best he could while retaining that calm air of his. I know not of its true location. The method of reaching it ignores geography, much in the same way Tarnished may travel to the Round Table Hold. And my access to such travel has been, he looked down at one of his hands, severed. Sour expressions flashed on everyone's faces. But I do have an inkling as to its location. I believe the physical location of the Eternal City is somewhere beneath Limgrave. Ansbach informed them. If it aids us, I would as to be joined by a small party to help canvass the location and find a way to both of our lost lords. It made sense to Naruto, but then he looked at Loretta. It's good with me, but what about you, Loretta? Loretta looked pensive. It troubles me. I am still pained at the deception in my lord's actions, but want to know the full picture before I pass judgment. And to do that, I first must find him. Of course, that will not alleviate our mystery as to what Michaela wants. Something that involves my sister, Renala said, a frigid edge to her voice that made Loretta flinch. And to that end, I ask thou to undertake this expedition. And just like that, their path was set. Tilda, there had been other matters to attend to at the meeting, but they amounted to much of the same. Marching orders for where things were going. For Queen and King Consort, this meant that they made ready to depart for Mount Gelmir to face down the prodigal son. Neither of them required much to travel, but Naruto was in need of a mount. As much as he loved his giant crayfish, the poor thing was likely to become a seafood platter were it to ride up to the Volcano Manor. So he busied himself with tying to find something swift enough to carry him on his way. Edger had taken command of a contingent of several hundred men at arms and knights, being able to reclaim control of some of Godric's lost forces who had been roaming aimlessly around Liurnia since Naruto had killed their master. A caravan of sorcerers and workmen would be accompanying them to see about restoring the castle once it was taken into Neo-Carian hands. The whole procession was flanked by 4 troll knights who loped with excitement at the prospect of doing their queen's bidding. Once again. Moongrom, Iji and Bowles had drawn up a sizable force of over 1,000 men-at-arms, knights and sorcerers to march on the border with Altus. They would lay in wait at the Great Elevator until the Golden Order sent an emissary to broker a treaty with. Rani had joined with Selen and Millicent in order to begin an investigation into Michaela's plans. While the primary expedition was being headed by Loretta and Ansbach, Rani had an inkling that something could be gleaned of the plan through studying the various divine towers that dotted the land. Blade was initially going to accompany them, but the Lunar Princess had sent him on a different task. To hunt down an errant servant who had been conspicuous by his absence. On Preceptor Saluvis. He'd always been a snake, but his lack of appearance in so long put Rani ill at ease. Scores of soldiers and other servants of Neo Korea sorted within Raya Lucaria's courtyards, making ready to depart. Ansbach walked between them, hardly earning a second glance as he made his way to where his horse had been saddled. Loretta had gone ahead to make sure her mount was in good health. "Off to search for a demigod duo?" said a familiar, gravely voice. "I'd say you look a bit too old to be running after the divine-made flesh, but then again I took a stab at it despite my years." Ansbach looked around and spotted a thin grey face looking back at him from the shade of a white-brimmed hat. "Sir German." German's face was graced with a rueful frown. "Don't call me sir. I'm not nobility nor knight-errant. I'm a hunter. That's about it." He stepped put from his place by a pillar and approached Ansbach, the bearded man noting the burial blade slung at the first hunter's hip. "So it would seem." Forgive me for lauding praise on someone who could stand against Lord Naruto for a time. Ansbach chuckled, his own ebony sickles visible beneath his travelling clothes. Oh, save it, Gurman grumbled. If you insist. The black-clothed knight crossed his arms over his chest. May I ask, then, what brings you here? I had assumed you were still bedbound. I can sleep when I'm dead, and that day will come with blood on my knuckles and a scythe in hand, Gurman replied. Then his face became betwixt with mirth. You wouldn't happen to need a second blade to add to your party? An unspoken agreement passed between both old men in a way only those of age could. An understanding that edged with excitement to see just what the other man could do. Three's a party, so I hope you're good with those strange weapons. The feeling is mutual, old man. Gurman smiled, fully aware of the irony that age had ceased to have meaning for either man long ago. For away by the main gate, Naruto looked around with a depressed face. He had been looking for a horse for a long time, but nothing was fast or strong enough to be able to take him there. Renelar's steed was a golem made from stone and glintstone, but he was afraid if she made one for him it would shatter should he need to use his power. Papa! He turned and saw his first magenta-haired girl sprinting across the space with her lupine guardian padding at her side. Melina! He greeted happily. He dropped to one knee and was surprised when instead of a hog, she pressed a small object into his open hand. He looked down at it and saw it to be a small perforated gold ring. Huh? Blow it! Melina enthused, looking excited. Naruto gave the ring a once-over before bringing it to his lips and blowing into the perforations, being rewarded with a high-pitched whistle. No sooner had the sound rent the air than motes of spiritual energy manifest before him, solidifying into the sight of a horse. It was tan in colour with a fair-coloured mane and twin black horns poking from its head. It blinked slowly before looking at Naruto, who looked back at it in confusion. I told Rani that you were looking for a horse and she gave me this. She said it calls a spirit horse, Melina burbled happily, already patting the horse. Radagon's red wolf looked slightly jealous at the action. Naruto smiled and scooped the girl up into his chest before stepping up into the stirrups, throwing a leg over the saddle and seating himself. Does he have a name? Naruto asked. Melina looked up at him jubilantly. Torrent. Torrent? Yes, that was a good name. They trotted across the stone-flagged courtyard to line up astride Renala, atop her automaton mount. She looked surprised to see Naruto's choice of mount before chalking it up to another grand irony of life. They took up position at the head of the procession, awaiting the portcullis and doors to be opened. The blonde king consort looked down and noted that Melina's priorly happy face had become dour. Something wrong? He asked. Melina looked back into her father's eye with mixed emotions. Things feel like they're about to change. In that moment, he recalled how all of this had started. A plea for help and arms given without reservation to someone he felt needed help. Much had changed since then, but one thing remained the same. Things may change, but even if I'm near or far, I'm always looking your way and hoping you're okay. That seemed to cheer Melina up, so it was with smiles and determination that father, mother, and child raced out over the causeway to the cheers of the citizens, eyes set on the northern horizon. Tilda. In the heart of Lindell, deep beneath the notice of any, a single long root descended into the mist. At no prompting, the tip of the root split and gave up a singular drop of brilliant gold sap. The sap poured slowly from the tree, pooling to the ground as the incandescence grew to blinding levels. When the light subsided, a woman stood panting, her long blonde hair covered in sticky sap and clutching a cracked hammer in one hand. What on? She panted, drawing in lungfuls of air before letting out a triumphant roar. I made it out of the damn tree! Shouted Queen Marika the Eternal, once again in flesh ephemeral. And who said fate didn't have a sense of humour?